Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are LA.
Perfect Sunday afternoon for baseball here at the Big A. The Angels picked up the victory last night, knotting up the series at a game apiece, thus setting up the rubber game of the series this afternoon against the division rival Texas Rangers. Hi, everybody from inside the Big A. We welcome you back to Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Kubas and Victor Rojas. So glad you could join us once again. And this afternoon, we have a terrific pitching matchup. Yu Darvish on the hill for the Texas Rangers, while the youngster Tyler Skaggs going for the Halos.
Yeah, Victor, this is an exciting one when you think of both these pitchers have that ability to get ground ball outs, but they also have that punch-out ability with their off-speed pitchers. Tyler Skaggs has been throwing the ball so well. Velocity on the fastball been consistent anywhere between 92 to 96. His curveball, which he changes speed so well with, has been his go-to strikeout pitch. Slider good, changeup. And then you're going to have to face a guy, Yu Darvish, who's got a good fastball. He rushed to mid-90s, but he also has a split-finger fastball. He's got a curveball. He's got a cut fastball, slider, changeup. So he has a number of pitches to get you out. I think the bottom line is, though, for the Halos against Darvish, use that formula that Oakland has done against him. Be patient. 6-1 in his career versus the Angels, but ERA just under 4. Be patient. Get into fastball counts. If you can do that, he's going to make some mistakes. And Mike Trout is one of those guys that's made him pay. 4 times he's hit a home run against Darvish. Get him up in the strike zone, make him throw a lot of pitches, and make him throw fastballs.
And we'll see how Darvish bounces back. Shortest outing of his short big league career the last time out against those Oakland Athletics. And Tyler Skaggs will have his hands full. Texas, pretty good ball club against left-handed pitching. So we're just about ready for baseball here at the Big A. Sit back and relax. We're going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. Rangers and your Angels. The Halos wearing their pearly white home uniforms today, changing up the mojo, if you will, and they stuck with the red shoes and the red belts, though. I like it. It's a good look.
Yeah, and it's a little cooler with the white shirt instead of the red shirt in a hot day afternoon game.
Let's check out Ron Washington's starting 9 for the Texas Rangers. Now at 16 and 14, 2 back at the start of the day of the Oakland Athletics in the American League West. They'll have Shin-Soo Choo leading things off at DH. Daniel Robertson gets a start in left field. Adrian Beltre at third. Prince Fielder at first. It's Alex Rios, the red-hot right fielder. Michael Choice gets a start at center. J.P. Aaron-Sivie behind the plate. Josh Wilson at second. It's Elvis Andrews down at the 9th spot and playing shortstop. Taking out Tyler Skaggs, who rolls into this afternoon's game with a 2-0 record and a 3.34 ERA.
Yeah, 1-0 in his career versus the Texas Rangers with an ERA at 0. Very good so far this season. 9 walks, 22 punch-outs. But the keys for Tyler Skaggs today: live away, succeed away. The two-seam fastball, especially against the righties, and keep the change. Keep using the changeup as much as possible. Change speeds off your curveball also.
Check out the defense this afternoon behind Tyler Skaggs. And we'll begin out in left field. That's where Raul Ibanez is at. Mike Trout is at center. Colin Cowgill in right. The infield has Ian Stewart, Eric Ibar, Howie Kendrick, and C.J. Crone around from third. The first Hank Conger behind the plate.
C.J. Crone getting the start again, second consecutive game at first base. Looked very mobile at that position. Picked a couple low throws. And very good as playing first base so far in his career in the minor leagues. Now here at the big league level.
CJ was out earlier today. No batting practice for either team on the field, but CJ was taking some fielding practice, little fungos over at first base, digging the ball out of the dirt.
And that's what you like to be able to see. Some guy working hard, a young player, to be able to see some reads on throws low in the dirt, how it's going to go off the ground and off the bat, too, from home plate level.
Well, you figure on a warm afternoon, the ball will be jumping here this afternoon, so got to keep the pitches down in the strike zone. Today's first pitch is being delivered by Shumash Casino Resort. It's the Rangers team that has hit well so far against left-handed pitching, a .290 14 batting average compared to the .246 against right-handers. But a different looking lineup than what we've seen the first couple of days. Chu will lead things off. I guess we're in a little bit of a delay here.
What you're seeing a lot around Major League Baseball is a lot of platooning. Lefties, different lineup. Righties, a different lineup.
Chu, the DH, 2 for 3 last night. Hassler had a couple of walks, hitting .337. Team leader in home runs with 3, has 10 runs batted in. First one is inside. He's hit over 400 against left-handed pitching this year. And a couple of hits, 3 to be exact, in the opening game of the series, 2 of which were against Hector Santiago. That included a home run. Skaggs falls behind to start off the ball game. 2 balls and no strikes. Chu led off the game last night against Garrett Richards, drawing the walk, but then Garrett struck out the next 3. Little tapper foul. There's the first strike of the ball game.
91, 92, 91 in the first 3 pitches for Skaggs. What we saw from Chu in the first game against Santiago was more aggressive swinging early in the count. Against Richards, saw a few more pitches. Here so far, patient against Skaggs.
2-1 on the way. And that is low.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. Boy, 2-1 pitch, you think you hit your spot? Boy, it's a perfect pitch. It's right down the middle of the plate at 92.
We've had some questionable zones throughout the series, and Chu looks at a strike. It's a full count. Skaggs coming off a no decision against Cleveland. 7 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, give up a home run. Most pitches he's thrown in to start this year, 103. He's averaged just about 7 innings per start. Payoff on the way. And Chu fouls it off the left. It's the 4th start for Tyler here at home. Lefty ready again. Conger sets up outside, and the 3-2's fouled off to the left.
That's one thing with Chu. He's going to force you to throw a lot of pitches. Already 7 in his at bat. Full count. A couple foul balls on the full count.
Lefty's hitting 125 against Skaggs this year. Right-hander's hitting 233. This bounces right back to the mound. Knocked over towards second, but it's going to go as an infield base hit. On a ball that seemed like a one-hopper back to the mound.
Breaking ball. And on the backhand, unable to make the play, Tyler Skaggs. He falls a little bit towards third base, but not in bad fielding position. But unable to make the play. We've seen that a lot.
Yeah. Angels pitchers have never really been, as long as I've been here, smooth with the glove, if you will.
And decent as far as quicker to the plate. That's something they've worked on a lot in spring training. I know that, and they've been better with that. But fielding your position is so important.
Robertson looks at a strike. Robertson just recently acquired in a minor league trade with the San Diego Padres. 1 for 3 in the big leagues so far. Getting the start this afternoon out in left field. 0-1 pitch. It is a strike, and it's 0-2. 33rd round selection by the Padres in 08 of Oregon State. Oh, 2 pitch. That is upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Angels with a win last night. Now 7-7 here at home. Texas 7-7 out on the road. The Rangers 2 games over 500 within the division. The Angels 2 games under. 6-8. Chu over at first base. They will check in on him. Infield base hit for Chu. Saw 8 pitches lead off the game.
And you will see the Rangers, even with a lefty and Tyler Skaggs on the mound, they're going to be more aggressive. You would think so today.
Breaking pitch. That's chopped to the left side. The only plays to first. 1 down. Chu advances over to second. And as Beltre steps to the plate, we'll check out our Hyundai key to the game.
Led Zeppelin today for rock and roll. The key for this game for the Halos today. Mike Trout, he's had tremendous success against Yu Darvish. 4 career home runs, most versus any pitcher in the major leagues for Mike Trout. And his ability to be able to catch the ball with the ball flying here in the day game too important. So all around, the need for Mike Trout to be the man today.
Especially out of the outfield to his right. Raul Ibanez out there.
That's why you see him play a little deeper than normal to be able to have more coverage to left center field to protect Ibanez.
First one to Beltre in for a strike. Adrian went 0 for 4 last night. Hitting .224 has 5 doubles, 5 runs batted in. Almost picked up his first home run last night against Fernando Salas. Grant Green made a nice catch up against the wall. 0-1 on the way. It is just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. And we saw Garrett Richards throw a lot of pitches in the first inning yesterday. Garrett was able to get through 6 innings and pick up the win, his 3rd of the year. Angels picking up the 5-3 victory. 1-1. Beltre fouls it back. High fastball.
Always a dangerous pitch. You can see how he can jump on a high fastball. That was the pitch Salas threw to him last night. That he hit well to left field that Grant Reed ran down.
Interesting numbers according to Fangraphs. Yu Darvish on the hill for Texas. Tyler Skaggs on the hill for the Angels. Two guys that a lot of time between pitches. This one off of Skaggs. Ibar smothers it. Keeps the ball from going out into center field. So the goal is a base hit. And Chu will stop at third base.
Well, that's an excellent play by Ibar just to keep that ball from getting too far into the outfield grass and preventing Chu from scoring. Looked like it went off its toe. Now, if he catches that ball in the air, it's an out. Line drive back up the middle on the follow through. Well, hits the ground right there by his foot. Ibar prevents Chu from scoring. You still have a possibility to get through the inning if you get a ground ball from Fielder for a double play.
So here's Fielder, first and third and one out. Fielder with 2 hits in the series, both singles. 1 for 4 last night, hitting .209. 2 home runs and 9 runs batted in. Has 5 doubles as well. A long top of the first for Tyler Skaggs. Very deliberate too.
He's trying to get a feel on the mound right now.
This one's ripped down the line. That's a fair ball. Chu will score. Beltre's on his way to third base. And it's 1-0 Texas here in the first. Fielder picks up his 6th double and his 10th run batted in.
Number 51, Alex Williams.
Boy, very aggressive here. Fielder. Nice job of getting his hands in and getting a good part of the bat. Cam shows how quick he was on that pitch on the inner half by Skaggs and by C.J. Cron, and down the line for an RBI double. 6th double this season, now 10 RBI for Fielder.
Mike Butcher out to pay a visit. 18 pitches, 13 strikes, 3 hits allowed. 2 of which were infield singles. The first one should have been perhaps an out. One that Chu hit back to the mound.
Well, it's so hard as a first baseman with C.J. Cron. You're holding Beltre there at first. The baseball's released, and that ball's by you before you even get a chance to get your glove up.
And a pitch that was elevated too. And here's Alex Rios, the Rangers' hottest hitter. 2 hits game last night, 2 for 4. He's 4 for 8 in the series, hitting .333. Couple of home runs, 14 runs batted in. The Angels playing back. They'll give up the run for the out. First one up and away. Matter of fact, Texas has 2 guys in the top 10 as far as batting average, in Chu and Rios. Chu leads the league in on-base percentage. 1-0 Texas here in the first. 2-0. First time in the series in which Texas has scored first. Rios lifts one down the right field line, tailing toward the seats and out of play. Interesting on a fly ball with Beltre standing at third base. He has already spent time on the disabled list with a quad injury. Wasn't really running. I think the guy we've seen in the past, and that double by Fielder. Fielder, of course, the trail runner at second base. It's a 2-1. That's way outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Michael Choice is on deck.
And just looking at Skaggs, he was working on the landing area of his delivery. You can see he wasn't comfortable even on that pitch. Didn't follow through. Cut off his arm angle, unable to finish the fastball away.
And he walked him nowhere near the strike zone. Not a good start for Tyler Skaggs, and in trouble here with the bases loaded and 1 out.
And so unusual for Skaggs. He's only given up 1 run in the first inning so far this season. It's 5 starts, 1 run in a first inning start. Already 1 here now with the bases loaded, looking and hoping for a double play ball.
Michael Choice, the batter, serving as the center fielder this afternoon. Choice was the DH in the opening game of this series, went 0 for 2 and had a walk. No place to put him. And the first one's up and in. Just doesn't look comfortable at all on the mound.
He is unable to finish his pitch. He's fallen towards third base. Bottom line, when you land, you want to land on the ball of your foot, and you want to land going forward towards home plate. When you fall towards, if you're a lefty, fall towards third, it's very difficult to play catch up with your arm because your body's already landing and your arm drags across the elbow, stays down.
Choice hitting 196, has a home run, 8 runs batted in. 1 double as well. 1-0 pitch. 2-0.
And the hardest thing to do is when you start aiming a baseball to throw a strike. The mindset has to be you're playing catch with Hank Conger right now. Don't even worry about necessarily hitting that outside corner on the block. You're just thinking in terms of playing catch with the glove.
This isn't a product of Texas taking close pitches. Tyler's just missed that badly. Big swing and a miss, and you're going to get those type of swings. You keep falling behind at 2-0, 2-1.
But you also have to think when you're on the mound, I'm 1 pitch away to getting through this inning and limit the damage. The hands are up. He's bringing the knee up. Pretty good balance right there. But you want that toe, that front toe, pointing down and trying to keep the shoulders level. Right there, the shoulders are not level. He's dipping down, and then the follow through.
This one's shot and pass thrown into right field. 1 run is in. Cowgill will get the ball back into the infield. It's 2-0 Texas. Michael Choice picks up his 9th run batted in. Another missile. His Choice went the opposite way. Again, another good hitter's count, and Skaggs having to rely on a fastball. So the base is still loaded. Now J.P. Arancibia.
And what you sense in the dugout or the on-deck circle through Texas, you're sensing a pitcher that's not comfortable on the mound, and that allows you as a hitter to feel better about getting a good approach and hit the ball well.
Arancibia hitting 077. 2 doubles, 3 runs batted in. Slow breaking ball in for a strike. Arancibia got the start Friday night. He went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. 3 for 39 this year. Fielder standing at third base. Rios at second. Choice at first. 2-0 Texas here at the top of the first inning. This will be the 29th pitch of the frame. And Arancibia lifts it foul and out of play.
And there's nothing harder than if you're a first baseman or a third baseman in a day game and the ball's hit that hard at you, you get to deal with the bright lights and the shirts in the stands. If it's hit on the line, it's very difficult to get a read off the bat, especially when it's hit hard, like we've seen from Fielder and from Choice.
He's ahead of the count at 0 balls and 2 strikes. 1-2. I'm not sure I like that pitch right there. He's been struggling with command.
He's going to have that same release point. You want to work him down and away. Such a believer in that fastball 0-2 just off the outside corner, but at the knees, because then you have a good follow through to finish off the very next pitch.
Now, if he had typical Tyler Skaggs command, then I get it, but I'm not sure I agree with that one.
You've had a lot of pitches up. You're not changing eye level. That's what has been his consistent pitch. It's been up.
Yeah. Here's the 1-2. Arancibia hits one out to left and hit well. Ibanez moving back. He's near the wall and he'll make the catch. Tagging and coming in to score is Fielder. It's 3-0 as Arancibia just missed a grand slam.
both base runners were able to move up also, and the run scores. See, again, that's a product of a high breaking ball. Just got under just enough to keep it in the yard, but hit well by Aaron Sibia, who's not swung the bat real well this season. Ibanez back to the wall, has the hand up to have a feel exactly where the wall was. Catches it, gets it in quickly.
The other thing, too, that fastball up, that waist pitch does, is that as a batter, you're thinking, all right, he's going to go breaking ball here.
Yeah, and he's tracked that level. The breaking ball starts up, and it's going to break down. At that point, breaks down at the belt.
So Josh Wilson, the 8th man to bat in the inning. He's the second baseman today. Swings at the first one, fouls it off to the right.
Now, if you throw a low fastball away, then you throw that breaking ball, that's a different eye level for the hitter to be able to try to track. But he's already seen back-to-back pitches up.
A 3-run first inning so far for Texas. And I mentioned this is a team that's hit .294 against left-handed pitching. And they look awfully comfortable already. 32 pitches thrown by Skaggs. 0-1 on the way. And Wilson fouls it back 0-2. Wilson pulls it foul. The count remains at 0-2. Rios advanced to third and choice to second on that sac fly by Aaron Sibia, as he picked up his 4th RBI.
And your Darvish sitting in that dugout. You'll take this long half inning for some runs. The reality is he'll probably try to sneak an extra pitch or two warming up, because of the length of time he's went from his bullpen work into taking the mound for his first inning.
One ball, 2 strikes. And when you look at the Angels bullpen too, there's not a particular long man in that group of guys that are out there.
Most 1-inning guys, quite a few of them.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Wilson. But the damage done for Texas. They strike for 3 runs, and they do it on 4 hits. Angels trailing 3-0.
And then, of course, recover from that point and hope your offense can pick you right back up in the bottom of the first.
Let's check out the Angels offensively. A 15-14 record. This is game number 30 on the season. Eric Ibar will lead things off at short. Mike Trout at center. Albert Pujols at DH. Roland Ibanez at left. Howie Kendrick's been red hot. He's at second. It's Ian Stewart at third. C.J. Cron made his major league debut last night. 3-hit performance. He's at first. Hank Conger behind the plate. Colin Cowgill also with a 3-hit performance last night. He'll bat tonight at play right field. Taking on the 27-year-old right-hander, native of Osaka, Japan, by the name of Yu Darvish.
Darvish 6-1 in his career versus the Halos. 3.77 ERA. Fastball 91 to 95 slider. Cut fastball, curve, change, and split. But to be successful against Darvish, create doubt in his mind because he's come off back-to-back starts in which he struggled throwing strikes and base runners on for Mike Trout. Many as you can because Trout has had great success, especially with the power numbers against Darvish.
Darvish coming off his shortest big league outing of his career. 3 1/3 innings, 4 runs, 6 hits against the Oakland Athletics, and now is at home. Ibar takes inside for ball 1. Eric last night 1 for 5. The 1 was a double. He also picked up an RBI, hitting .266. 1 home run, 15 runs batted in. Beltran on the grass at third. 2 balls, no strikes. And as always, Yu Darvish works from the stretch exclusively,
which is highly unusual for a starting pitcher. But he's more comfortable. Hasn't really lost a whole lot on the velocity pitching out of the stretch as far as the full windup.
Now 3 balls and no strikes, and now we'll get our first visit to the mound by catcher J.P. Arancibia. Right-handers hitting Darvish to a .258 average. Lefties at .236 this season.
Surprised I didn't see Darvish take any extra pitches warming up, considering how long the downtime he had from his warm-up to taking the mound here in the bottom of the first. 3 in a row out of the zone.
3-1. Darvish in his career 6-1 against the Angels, a 3.77 ERA. That's in 10 starts, this being the 11th. 3-1 on the way, and that is a strike on the inside corner. Full count. I thought he had worked the walk. Home plate umpire Dana DeMuth this afternoon calling it a strike. Now the payoff, and that is ripped out toward right center field, hit well. Rios moving back, he's near the wall, that is gone. A big fly for Eric Ibar. And just like that, the Angels get one of those runs back. 3-1 Texas.
Well, we talked about how the baseball flies in the day here at the Big A. Eric Ibar, his second home run of the season. Now 16 RBI. Dude, a la Ricky Henderson leading off the game. Oh, he missed a nice swing. Got another fastball after seeing 5 of them. That head out. You talk about getting a good part of the bat barrel up on a baseball. And that's what Ibar did. Right center field. No doubt home run.
First career leadoff home run for Eric Ibar. And here's Mike Trout, bases cleared, nobody out. First pitch swinging, he fouls it off to the right.
Just the second home run that Darvish has allowed this season. Again, create doubt in his mind. He's coming off a couple tough starts in a row.
Both against Oakland. 1 ball, 1 strike. Trout 0 for 3 last night, had a couple of walks. The average down to .308. 6 home runs, 18 runs batted in. It's the second leadoff home run the Angels have had this year. J.B. Shuck had the other, and that was at Detroit. Breaking ball just off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And that's the one pitch Darvish hasn't thrown a lot of late. His slider. He's going more to his curveball. That used to be his automatic go-to pitch for a swing and miss, his slider.
Velocity has been down a little bit. Trout chases it, fouls it off to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of guys have seen a velocity drop this year. Just not, we're not talking 5 or 7 miles per hour, but 1, 2, 3 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's really tough to explain that. Although when you look at Garrett Richards, his fastball velocity seems to be going up as compared to last year. But the majority of the pitchers, yes, velocity down.
2-2, and that's it out toward right field. Rios is there. 1 away. That one just got in on the hands And we'll check out the Rangers defensively behind you, Darvish, Robertson, Choice, and Rios from left to right in the outfield. Beltre, Andrews, Wilson, and Fielder from third to first. And Aaron Sivia behind the plate.
And Aaron Sivia has done a nice job with Darvish on the mound. Prior to that home run by Eric Ibar, they have not scored a run, the opponent, with Aaron Sivia calling the game for Darvish on the mound. 2 starts this year, 14 innings, no runs allowed before Ibar's home run here.
Albert had a 1-for-4 game last night. Picked up an RBI. To the curveball for a strike. Hitting .286. 9 home runs, 24 runs batted in. .348 on base percentage. Albert 4th in the American League in the RBI category. And that is smoked out to center field. Choice is back, and it's a courtesy look. Big fly for Albert Pujols. 3-2 Texas.
Second career home run for Pujols against Darvish. And you're talking some serious distance. You know, camera guys out in center field are all right. That went right above him. Well, you're talking about getting the good part of the bat and going a long way, using the lower part of his body to generate power. Center field home run for Pujols, 10th of the season.
502nd of his career. And Rolabine just takes a curveball outside.
How was that ball crushed?
Raul getting to start in left field today, hitting .149, 3 home runs, 17 RBIs. And he lays off. 2 balls and no strikes. 3 infielders on the right side with Ibanez at the plate. Did not play last night, did get to start Friday night. Raul ended up going 0-for-4 also in this cleanup spot. (3-0). Howie Kendrick on deck. So Texas strikes for 3 in the top of the first inning. The Angels using the long ball, their 39th and 40th of the year here in the bottom of the first. Three balls, 1 strike.
It's 2 times already in this game Darvish has been behind an account 3-0.
(3-1) pitch. Ibanez trying to tie it up with that swing. It's a full count.
18 pitches thrown already for Darvish here also in the first inning. Now if you're Tyler Skaggs, you're right back in the game. The offense picked you right back up.
(3-2) and he walked him. That'll bring up Howie as we go back and revisit the Pujols home run.
Boy, just the sound and hear from the fans is saying, ow! The umbrella saved our camera guys. Now they're true workers right there. Didn't even move. Didn't even flinch.
That would have smoked him right in the cranium.
No doubt.
We're not getting any food up here today from Legends, are we? We should send it out to those guys.
Yeah.
Howie looks at a strike. Kendrick, a 4-for-5 game last night, including 2 doubles, also had an RBI. .314 now with 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in.
Howie 0-for-16 in his career against Darvish. Hit speed off the bat for Pujols, 102 miles per hour. That was the baseball screaming we heard.
And Howie lifts one out to right. Rios is there. 2 down. Ibanez back to first base. The man on. We'll bring up Ian Stewart, the third baseman. .21 pitches thrown by Darvish. 12 strikes. 2 home runs and a walk. Texas still up by a run. We're in the first. An exciting first inning, so settle back in, folks.
Yes. Enjoy the barbecue and relax.
Ian Stewart hitting .220, a couple of home runs, 6 runs batted in. Takes a big rip of that fastball, and he comes up empty. Luis Jimenez got the start last night. The left-hander on the mound. Stewart back out there with Darvish on the hill. Short lead for Banez at first. That is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's what we've seen this year from Darvish, fastball wise, 92 to 94. In years past, especially when he first came here, it's his 3rd season now. He can hump it up quite a bit.
Yeah, with his 4-seam fastball, he can rush up there at 97 consistently.
Two balls, 1 strike. Darvish wanted that outside corner. He's got terrific stuff. A lot of pitches. Can throw him at any point in the count. 277 strikeouts last year. That led the American League. 13-9 record with a 2.83 ERA last year for Texas. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Stewart takes a big rip, comes up empty. 2-2.
Anthony with a fastball at 94. Showing a changeup a lot to lefties in these kind of counts. 2-2.
Breaking ball missed outside. A full count. Banez will take off on the next pitch.
Angels now 40 home runs on the season as a team. C.J. Cron on deck, who had a big game in his debut last night. I'd like to get an opportunity to have a couple on for him again here.
Roll takes off the 3-2. That's a breaking ball shot towards short. 1 hopper to Elvis Andrus. That'll end the bottom of the first, but the Angels do strike for 2 rods. Eric Ibar leading off the bottom of the first with a home run, his 2nd of the year, and then Pujols with his 10th. We played just 1 inning. Texas leads at 3-2. Three to 2 Texas. Eric Ibar and Albert Pujols getting the Angels on the board with solo home runs. Tyler Skaggs faced 8 batters in that first inning. See how he fares here in the second. He'll face 9, 1, and 2. Andrews, Chu, and then Robertson. Elvis Andrus, a guy that we've seen for the longest of times in that number 2 spot for Texas now in the 9 hole. He's been struggling offensively. Had an 0 for 5 game last night, including 3 strikeouts. Hitting .217 on the season, 5 doubles, a home run, and 7 runs batted in. First one is in for a strike.
And for Cowgill, be ready for a ball hit your way, stay away, and force him to hit the ball to right field.
He's trying to push bunt. Takes down and away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Anderson, his career, he's had quite a few plate appearances in this spot, but it was early on in his career. .264 average. Two balls and 1 strike. Tyler needs to make some adjustments here in the 2nd inning, especially after his team brought him within a run. This is looped out to shallow center field. Trout will play down a hop and in. Leadoff base hit. Little flare single. And Shin-Soo Choo will come to the plate. 5th hit allowed by Skaggs. Choo had one of them. He led off the game with an infield base hit. One hopper back to the mound that went off the glove. And Choo scored 1 of the 3 runs. Mentioned I think it was Friday that Choo had his issues last year with left-handed pitching. This year, much better, over 400 batting average. As he pulls this one to the right side, that's past Crone. Andrus will round second, head to third, and Texas cooking here the 2nd with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Well, that's the one thing you want to do for Tyler Skaggs is put a 0 up as quick as possible. Now Texas right back in business after your offense gets you going and back in the ball game. Drew off the bottom part of the bat and rolls it by Crone into the outfield, who's holding Andrews at first and just by him. And a good effort to try to get that ground ball.
There's Robertson. And a chopper back to the mound, his first time up. 1 ball, no strikes. Little chopper towards short. Ibar takes it himself, fires to first, and he probably should have flipped it to Howie Kendrick. The run scores. And it's 4-2 Texas.
It's one of those tough plays as shortstop. You feel with your momentum going towards the base, you have a chance to step on the base and then turn it. But Howie was there in time. That split second with a flip to Howie might have given an opportunity to have a 6-4-3 double play.
Yeah, unless you've got a guy like a catcher running, if you've got to take more than 2 steps to get to the bag, you're better off flipping it to a guy that's already there.
Now he's right in position to be able to be quick with the catch and transfer and throw.
So instead of 2 outs and nobody on with a run in, 1 out, 1 on, 4-2 Texas. And now Beltre at the plate. Breaking ball is down low. Beltre picked up a single in the 1st inning, so he's 1 for 1. Robertson notches his first RBI. One ball, 1 strike. 45 pitches thrown by Tyler. 28 have been strikes. 1 strikeout, 1 walk, and 6 hits allowed. Robertson takes off, and Beltran lifts one out to center. Trout is there. 2 down as Robertson heads back to first. All right, folks, Derek Jeter and the Yankees make their only regular season visit to the Big A tomorrow through Wednesday. Don't miss out on this great series and purchase your tickets today at Angels.com or by stopping by the Angels Stadium ticket office.
This will be a fun series. It's a good series in New York. 3 very well played baseball games against the Yankees for the Angels. Got Weaver, Wilson, and Santiago on the hill for the Halos. 3-game series.
Here's Fielder, who doubled. Picked up an RBI in the first inning. Looks at a strike. That was very similar to the pitch he doubled on.
Yeah, that was a dangerous pitch once again. He's looking, especially with the left-handed batter against the lefty pitcher. You're looking on the inner half and hoping for a mistake there. That's the ball you can drive. He did that the first at bat for a double.
Coming into today's action, Fielder right down the middle as far as facing a righty or a lefty. 209 from both sides. Good lead for Robertson over at first. He takes off. 0-1 pitch, and that is pulled, and that's again a double down the line. Robertson got deep by Eric Ibar. Calgill up and firing. He's being waved in, and Calgill's throw goes to second. It's 5-2 now. Not sure why Calgill would throw the ball to second base. Miscommunication perhaps, but they had a play potentially at the plate.
Yeah, Eric Ibar did a great job of making Robertson think there was going to be a play at the base. And he's looking in a position to think maybe it's a steal and gets him in to stop at second base, but down the line, and Calgill throws it in towards the base at second. And you see the deke there by Eric Ibar. And then Robertson picks him up, and Gary Pettis aggressively sends him home when he sees the throw coming towards second base.
So Skaggs coughs up the 2 runs the Angels put on the board in the bottom of the first. And yet again another 3-run deficit for the Halos. 2 doubles for Prince Fielder. 2 runs batted in.
That double down the line, and then Howie, you see Robertson waiting there, and Howie's in position to be the cutoff man, to be able to have a play. He's throwing his arms up, Howie, to be able to get the throw. If he gets that throw, you have a chance at the plate.
And right through the wickets of Hank Conger, and that'll advance Fielder to third base. The other thing in that replay too, you see Ibar pointing to home
because he sold it well to keep Robertson at second base to have an opportunity to play at the plate. I think when it came down there, Calgill just assumed because the ball was hit down the line like that Robertson's going to score easily.
5-2 Texas. Top of the second. 2 outs. 3-0 on Rios. Drew a walk in the first inning. Skaggs already at 51 pitches. .3-0 now. Takes a strike. It's Michael Choice on deck.
Now you put a real hot hitter in a very good fastball count.
This is pulled over to third. Sounded like Rios cracked his back. Stewart across the diamond. That'll end the inning. But Texas gets those 2 runs back. They head to the bottom of the second. They lead at 5-2.
Crone last night, his major league debut, had it working. 3 hits, including a double, 2 RBI. It's the 4th Angel ever with 3 hits in his major league debut, even when he got jammed strong enough to get that ball into the outfield as part of his 3-hit performance.
Texas on top 5-2 here in the bottom of the second. It'll be the bottom third of the order for the Angels. Crone, Conger, and Calgill. Facing Yu Darvish. Gave up 2 home runs in the first inning. Also issued a walk. Breaking ball is in there. That broken bat base hit that he picked up late in the game, his 3rd hit, was the game-winning hit. Came with 2 outs. That inning set up by Kendrick's double. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
On this at bat, he's seen a fastball, but a curveball and a slider.
And this is looped out to left center field on a breaking pitch. Leadoff man is on board.
That's a pretty good piece of hitting by C.J. Crone. That was a pretty good pitch. A slider. He went down and got it. Serves into left center field for a base hit. His 4th hit in the majors. Slider, a pretty good pitcher's pitch. Yet Crone was able to get down and get that baseball. Good extension of the arms, plate coverage for a base hit.
So here's Hank hitting .297, a couple of home runs, 8 runs batted in. Conger was behind the plate Friday night. Ended up going 0 for 3 with a walk. Chris Sinetta got the start last night. The first one's down and in. Talking with the Hall of Fame broadcaster Eric Nadel, longtime voice of the Texas Rangers, about Yu Darvish before the game today. And he says the one thing that really has stood out, aside from the fact he's kind of shelved the slider more for the curveball, his fastball command has not been there yet this year.
And that's unusual for him. He definitely, that's his go-to pitch when he wants to get back into the count generally. And it's good movement on his fastball. It's not a straight fastball.
Behind in the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Nadel will get inducted into Baseball Hall of Fame on the broadcaster's wing this summer.
One of the best.
Yeah.
Great guy.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, both pitchers don't look real comfortable here early in the game. A number of pitches for both of them. Great numbers in Japan for Darvish. ERA under 2.
Just over 190 innings of work in his first season of the big leagues last year, just over 200. 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball. It's in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Crone not taking a big lead over at first base. Leadoff single for him. 3rd hit allowed by Darvish. Cal Gill on deck.
You can run on Darvish. He's allowed 5 stolen bases in 5 attempts.
The Angels ran on Aaron Sivvy behind the plate in Friday's game. 4 stolen bases in that game. 2-2 now. Swing and a miss. Conger goes down swinging on the breaking pitch. First strikeout for Darvish.
In between innings, when they were coming off the field, Howie Kendrick had a conversation with Cal Gill about that play as far as the relay towards him. Constant conversation as far as Eric Ibar did a great job of keeping Robertson close to the base, and then Howie had his hands up trying to say, come then throw the ball to me. There would be a play at the plate. That's when you learn things, be able to go in the dugout and have that communication amongst the defenders. It's good to see that from Howie.
It's picking up the baseball. And granted, I get where Cal Gill's coming from. He saw Robertson on the move on the pitch. So he's anticipating, all right, that run's going to score. First one to Cal Gill is low. 1 ball, no strikes. But I would imagine the conversation is, you see the cutoff man, throw it to the cutoff man.
Pick me up, listen, and look for me. There could be a play, which there might have been a play at the plate.
Yeah.
A real good chance to play, especially with Howie with his great transfer and a good throwing arm he has.
Robertson's good speed. Cal Gill last night 3 for 5 with 2 runs scored in that leadoff spot. Loops this one out to shallow right. Giving chase is Wilson, and it falls in there.
That's a nice sand wedge from Cal Gill. That's like Phil Mickelson.
56 degree. It actually had some backspin. It'll bring up Ibar.
Got jammed, but well placed. It looks like a line drive in the box score. Crone able to get to second base. First and second. The man up with an opportunity to tie it up, who hit a home run his first at bat against Darvish.
First opportunity this afternoon with the man in scoring position for the Angels. Last night the Halos 4 for 14 with men in scoring position. Overall in the season, a .230 average. Ibar homer to the first inning on a 3-2 pitch at the right center field. Fouls off this one. No balls and a strike. Here's a look at Ibar's second home run of the season.
Darvish threw him a lot of fastballs, and this fastball did not get in far enough against Ibar. Turns on and hits it out the right center field. He saw 6 fastballs in that at bat.
Robertson shallow in left field. Beltre playing in at third. Andrews in a couple of steps at short. Crone at second. Cal Gill at first. The 0-1. Breaking pitch. That is bounce foul. No balls, 2 strikes.
I won't be surprised if Ibar sees a couple more of those breaking balls down and in.
Jim.
Down the right field line. Is that the knothole club?
So, in the shade. It's a lot of sunshine. It's warm here today.
Trout on deck. A lot of action. We're not even through 2 innings. 7 runs, 11 hits combined.
This is old school American League Baseball.
Except back then they used to do it in 2.5 hours.
Yes.
0-2 pitch. Breaking pitch, and that's yanked foul. Nice play by a fan who brought the glove about 4 rows behind the Rangers dugout.
Fortunate enough made the play.
Self-preservation right there.
Super quick. Nice play with the glove.
Looked it into the glove. Two hands.
Two hands, proper.
Give that man a contract.
No doubt.
Another 0-2 from Darvish. That is upstairs. A fastball at 94. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Slight little breeze blowing. But, overall, a beautiful day. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Well, there's been a couple pitches in the game for Darvish. He thought he executed well and did not get the call. Showing some emotion, too. It looked like he did make a real good pitch here, and it did get the inside corner. Curveball at 78.
Yeah. And Dana DeMuth right on that inside corner. We've said it. It's been kind of an interesting series throughout behind the plate. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out, 2 on. Full count. Trout on deck. DeMuth behind the plate. Ron Kolpa at first. Ed Hickox at second. Lance Barrett at third base. It's a veteran umpiring crew.
3-2 count with 1 out. I don't think you send the runners here with Ibar at the plate, especially when you have Mike Trout on deck. C.J. Cron at second base.
Third full count for Darvish. Here's the payoff pitch. Ibar, a little nubber on the third base side. Darvish stumbles a little bit, fires over to third, and safe at third base. Ron Washington is going to come out. Beltre asking for a replay. That was Lance Barrett on the call. Gosh, from our vantage point, it certainly looked like that ball may have beat CJ.
It's a wonder if there's a bobble, though, from Beltre. Slow roller, well played by Darvish. It's not going to be a play at first.
Was his foot on the bag?
Yeah,
That's
he was
the
still
question.
moving. See, when you do that as a fielder, you keep reaching for the base. That tells the umpire your foot is not on that bag. Get a real good view here. Right there, he is not on the base.
See, and he kind of stepped towards the bag again.
And then he put his foot on the top of the base. It'll be a tough one to overturn.
Yeah.
Mainly because he's still trying to step on the base and didn't get that foot completely planted.
Heads up play by Darvish.
That's an amazing play.
Yeah.
You had no play at first.
Yep.
And C.J. Cron doesn't run real fast. You have a chance of that flip throw like a quarterback on an option play.
Now his foot is not on the bag from the get-go. The question is, does he get the tip of the foot on the bag? And it's got to be a definitive. You can't tell there.
Well, the foot is there by Cron at this point. And then he steps on top of the base. See, that tells you as an umpire that he still hasn't made contact with the base. It could be a difficult overturn, especially because the call on the field was safe. That was his foot on the corner there.
You can't
It doesn't
tell.
look like he has it there.
Especially with the previous, right before Darvish throws it, the foot's not on the bag.
And
so.
then he steps on it again. I mean, if your foot's on the corner, you're not going to step on top of the base.
This one's tough to tell because you can't tell if and when the foot is on the bag ever. It's not on the bag there. Now the question is, does he touch it there? And Lance Barrett was right there.
No,
So.
there you could see him still trying to step on the base. But that, I'll tell you what, that's a great play by Darvish.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's a guy that fields his position very well. If he do get this overturned, it's because of his athletic ability and instincts to make the play to third.
We've shown you all the angles that we have. The call on the field is safe, and if it stands, it's an infield base hit for Eric Ibar.
But why does Adrian Beltre didn't step on the base again if he felt that he had part of the base the whole time?
They're calling him out. So we'll have to, once we get the definitive view, we will show it to you. So Cron is retired. 2 outs now. Runners at first and second. And Mike Trout coming up. Eyeball reaching on the fielder's choice. Good speed on the bases with Calgill at second and Ibar at first base. Trout hit a fly ball to right field in the first inning. Takes a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. Outfield straight around. Robertson rather shallow in left field. Rios at normal depth in right. Everyone on the infield straight up with Trout at the plate. Pujols on deck. A couple of glances back and a little courtesy spin move. No one. A little high. Evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Boy, a lot of pitches thrown by both starting pitchers here. We're only in the second inning, so bullpens are going to be a big part of this game by the end.
Down and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Both starters have really struggled. Tyler Skaggs, 7 hits, 5 runs allowed. Darvish, not the typical Yu Darvish that we've seen in the past. 48 pitches, 4 hits allowed, including 2 home runs, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. 2-1 on the way.
Got a little over aggressive. Got a fastball down off the plate. 2-1 count, looking fastball, got it.
Count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Came right after him with a fastball.
With a swing like that, more likely you won't see another fastball. Straight back, fouled it back.
Darvish still looking in for the sign and now steps off, and Aaron Sibby is going to go out. We still have yet to get the quote unquote definitive look. The one that the umpires in New York made the decision on to overturn the call. This apparently is a definitive look.
Okay, foot's not on there now. I guess they're saying the tip of his toe is brushing the corner of the base at that point. Not on the base there. Very difficult to see if they're touching the base.
2-2. Breaking pitch, and Trout goes down swinging. The Angels leave a couple of men on. We're through 2, and it's 5-2 Texas. that play at third base that was overturned. Nice play by Darvish, heads up going to third base, but the third base umpire Lance Barrett calling it safe, saying that he was off the bag, and apparently New York did not agree.
Well, every angle we looked at, there really didn't seem like there was a definitive look at actually where you saw the tip of the toe on that base at all for Beltre.
And I think that's the key to it. There's got to be definitive evidence to overturn the call.
But Mike Socha at that point can't argue anymore. At that point, you just move forward.
Yep.
But what a play by Darvish.
Heck of a play. Here's Michael Choice. Looks at a strike. Tyler Skaggs has allowed 5 runs on 7 hits. A couple of them infield singles, but has not been able to kind of cool things down even after those infield base hits. Command has been an issue for him. 1 strikeout, 1 walk. This one's out to right. Cowgill is there. 1 away.
And coming up late in the game, we'll check out the big news from around the majors on the Carl's Jr. Sports Update. Former Cy Young Award winner trying to help his team complete a sweep against a rival in their division. And could there be a new Brooks Robinson on the horizon at third base in the National League? Picking it.
First time Skaggs retired the leadoff man in this game. Facing J.P. Arancibia, who just missed a grand slam in the first, but picked up the RBI and the sac fly. And Arancibia hits one out to left field. This one is back and gone. Arancibia, who came in batting .077, picks up his first home run of the season. And it is 6-2 Texas.
Okay, what we said over the years against Arancibia, he's got unbelievable power on anything on the inner half of the plate. The outer part of the plate, which we saw, in the first game, is a difficult time covering that part of the plate. And Skaggs going inner half, got the arms extended, and that ball is crushed to left center field for Arancibia. He's got very good power. First home run of the season when you pitch on the inner half.
His 4th hit of the year.
2 RBI in the game now for Arancibia.
Josh Wilson, the second baseman, takes down low. And if body language tells you anything, Skaggs certainly not happy with the way he's performed today, and that's been from the get-go. Kevin Jepson begins to loosen. Wilson, a strikeout victim to end the first, the only punch out that Skaggs has picked up. His account is evened up at 1 ball, 1 strike, 58 pitches. We're over 100 pitches combined in this game between Darvish and Skaggs. Texas now with a 4-run lead here in the 3rd. Pulled foul, 1-2.
Well, the thing though for Tyler, still you have a chance. If you can put up a 0-2, the way the offense has swung the bat against Darvish, you still may be in position to pick up a W, or at least give the team a chance later on to pick up a W.
Now Mike Butcher's going to come out, as is Hank Conger, which is kind of an odd time.
And you wonder if everything's all right with Tyler.
At this point,
because you don't come out with a 1-2 count too often.
Yeah, that makes you wonder, has there been something bothering him from the bullpen out to the mound to start off the game? Because that is an odd time to come out. It's not as if Jepson needs some time to warm up. If anything, if you're Jepson, you're kind of warming up, but doing so leisurely so that you don't waste any bullets in the pen if Skaggs gets the next 2 guys out and all of a sudden the inning's over.
Exactly, because Kevin Jepson's a guy that's only going to go 1 inning max most times, so you don't want to waste that potential 1 inning warming up in the bullpen.
1-2 on the way. This one's fouled back. Fastball at 90 miles per hour. Texas with 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third so far. The home run by J.P. Arancibia with 1 out here in the 3rd. The Angels with 2 runs in the first inning on solo home runs. Left a couple of base runners stranded in the second. Wilson a swing and a miss, 2 down.
Shortstop, number 1.
Up steps Elvis Andrus. Andrews had a base hit out to shallow center field, leading off to second, and scored one of the 2 runs. He scored on the fielder's choice by Robertson. Takes a strike. Elvis never really happy when a strike is called on him. Always seems to believe the call goes against him, which in essence it does. One ball, one strike. 8 hits for the Rangers, 4 for the Halos. The Angels in the third have Pujols, Ibanez, and Kenter coming up. .36 pitch first inning for Tyler. 1-1 now.
That's the pitch that Tyler needs to throw, and he threw that ball well. Did not get the call in the outside corner.
Three balls, one strike. Leadoff man Shin-Soo Choo on deck. And a 2-out walk. Second issued by Skaggs. So to bring up Choo, the DH. He's been on board twice, 2 singles.
Unusual to see this from Tyler. He's been so consistent, averaging 7 innings a start. In this game, just 9 walks. 2 walks in this game so far. We're only in the 3rd inning.
Seven for 9 in the series for Shin-Soo Choo. Andrews takes off on the first pitch. No chance. Andrews had a huge running start.
Gets it on first movement. And slides in without a throw. And Andrews sensing a pitcher that's really struggling with his command and feel on the mound.
10th stolen base. Now they will intentionally walk Choo. Robertson on deck.
That means Mike Scioscia more likely is going to go down to the bullpen. If you're facing lefty versus lefty, even though Choo's had some good swings in this series, you always feel better about that matchup.
And there's ball 4. So here comes Mike Scioscia, and he'll bring the hook with him. Tyler Skaggs is done after 2 2/3 tonight. A pitching change. We're in the 3rd inning. Texas leading it by the score of 6-2. Enjoy better. Call 1-855-WANT-TWC. And by Hyundai. Hyundai leaves the rest wanting. Find out why by visiting buyhyundai.com today. With 2 outs here in the 3rd inning, Tyler Skaggs is done and on the bench. A rough outing for him. He departs with a couple of men on base. 2-out walk to Andrews. The intentional walk to Chu after Andrews picked up the stolen base. So Mike Scioscia goes to the bullpen. And it's Kevin Jepsen taking over, and our in and out. Who's in, who's out?
It's up to Kevin Jepsen now to be able to slow down this offense for Texas. Tyler Skaggs had a real tough time today. Didn't look comfortable on the mound. So unusual to see. We're used to seeing him out there in the 7th inning and completing the 7th inning.
Dare I say, he almost looked exhausted. I mean, it just didn't.
Yeah, you got to find out. We'll talk to him tomorrow if he felt comfortable on the mound, because he's always rated that strike zone at the knees. Good feel for his breaking ball, but didn't look that case at all today.
So with 2 outs, Jepsen takes over here to face Daniel Robertson, the left fielder. Good speed on the bases with Andrews at second and Chu at first. Jepsen did not pitch last night, but he did pitch in Friday night's game. 2/3 of an inning. First one is fouled. It's no balls and a strike. Jepsen in that outing on Friday. Gave up a hit, struck out 2. Inherited base runners has been an issue for Kevin Jepsen, so needing to keep this a 4-run deficit.
Plenty of time to come back in this game, especially in a day game here at the Big A, the way the baseball's flying.
And the way Darvish has looked uncomfortable himself on the mound, although he did pick up his first 2 strikeouts in the 2nd inning. That's a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes off speed pitch. It sailed in. First big league RBI, the second on the fielder's choice. Also scored his first big league run. Here's the 0-2 in time. 1 ball, 2 strikes with Beltre on deck. Outfield playing shallow with Robertson at the plate. And the 1-2. Breaking ball. Checked his swing. Did not go, says Ron Kulpa. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hard slider from Jepsen.
See if Robertson did make that home plate area. No, did a nice job of holding up. That's pretty tough to do. Did not cross the plate.
Hasn't quite mastered the old Adrian Beltre point over to first base.
Exactly.
Yeah. I love that move. 2-2 now. Slider checked again. And a full count. So now you give the base runners a head start. With a 3-2 count and 2 outs. Robertson now seeing 2 hard sliders out of the strike zone.
Well, if you could paint a fastball away, that's the perfect spot.
Glance back to Andrews. Never understood that spin move.
That's the old Rick Sutcliffe one. Used to do that all the time on a 3-2 out.
There's no purpose to it. None. None whatsoever. Everyone anticipates it now. Runners go. The 3-2 and a swing and a miss. Robertson tardy on the fastball. The inning comes to an end, but Texas tacks on a run. They lead it 6-2.
trucks. He's done it a lot in his career. Albert Pujols squares up a baseball. 502, as a matter of fact, home runs. Good lower part of his body use and good use of an umbrella out in center field for the cameraman. Did save him from that home run from Pujols with that home run back in the first inning.
Pujols, Ibanez, and Kendrick for the Angels here in the third to face Yu Darvish. He's thrown 51 pitches, 30 strikes, 21 balls, 2 punch outs and a walk. 4 hits allowed, 2 of which have been home runs. 1 ball, no strikes. The home run for Albert, his 10th of the year, 502nd of his career. Now with 25 runs batted in.
A 3 home run game in the World Series versus the Rangers. 5 for 6 in that game with 6 RBI.
One and one. Albert now 2 shy of tying Eddie Murray for 25th all time. 1-1 on the way. Downstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Angels have had some base runners. Would have been interesting if the call at third base had stood. Trout coming up, bases
Changed
loaded.
the whole game with 1 out then at that point with the bases loaded.
Albert fouls it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Three infielders on the left side with Albert at the plate. Now the 2-2. Slider gets it. 1 down, 3rd strikeout.
That's a slider that he used to always go to for a punch out. Hasn't thrown a whole lot of sliders this season, but that was a very good one. The Pujols. Looks like a fastball. Late break off the outside corner. And Albert unable to make contact on that pitch.
So like Skaggs, Darvish retires his first leadoff man to start an inning. And now faces Raul Ibanez, who drew a walk in the first. Oh, Skies went on the third base side, headed toward the seats. Beltre, courtesy look. No balls and 1 strike. The infield moves from the left side over to the right side with Raul at the plate. Although nobody out in shallow right field, Wilson still maybe a foot or 2 on the outfield grass. I've seen other teams shift where the second baseman drops back about 15 or 20 feet. One ball, 1 strike. Casual little pace here today at the Big A. Hopefully the folks sitting in the sunshine have the SPF 125 because they are more than likely baking through the first 3 innings. As Ibanez swings through the fastball, it's 1-2.
Boy, coming into this game, we talked about it in the opening, how good of a pitching matchup it was. Both these pitchers have thrown the ball well, but the pace and the feel on the mound, neither pitcher has looked comfortable.
Well, if you're the Angels, you want to continue to put some stress on Darvish, because if not, he'll settle right in, regardless of what he's done in his previous 2 starts. 1-2 now. A swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. Now that's 3 consecutive punch-outs. 2 down. What was I saying about settling in?
Yeah, he's a guy that when he gets comfortable, he's got 4, sometimes up to 6 quality out pitches during the course of a game. He's starting to settle in now.
Yeah, guys were laying off his pitches, those borderline pitches. First 2 innings. Not so much here in the third. Howie up. He had a fly ball to right field in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1. Breaking ball outside. Howie's still looking for his first career hit against Yu Darvish. First 4-hit game since last June. Got that last night. Lifted out to shallow right. Darvish has himself a 1-2-3 inning. We're through 3. 6-2 Texas. What is it, Costa Mesa Little League?
Yeah, that's our Sean Farnham.
Yeah.
For the Sherman Oaks Angels in the house.
He's not our.
Well, he was.
Was at one point.
But no longer
He's
anymore.
gone to the other side.
Yes, he has. But he's still our guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy. Sean Farnham out of UCLA. Beltre fielder in Rios here in the 4th for Texas. Kevin Jepson struck out Daniel Robertson to finish off the 3rd. Beltre 1 for 2 with a single and a fly ball to center. He's also scored a run. Ball 1. Base hit that Beltre picked up in the first, his first of the series. 1 for 9. Rangers with 8 hits so far this afternoon. Fielder has 2 of them. He's on deck as Beltre fouls that one back.
Good breaking ball by Jepson. That's the one you want to throw to get back into account. When you get ahead, that's when you throw the hard slider off the plate.
One now. Fouled off to the right, 1-2. Heddle's dropping the opener of the series Friday, 5-2. The Angels taking game 2 last night, 5-3. And now trailing 6-2 as Tyler Skaggs gave up 6 runs and 2 2/3, all earned. 8 hits, including a home run, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. That's up and in. His 3 walks included 1 intentional walk. That was the last batter he faced. Shin-Soo Choo in the 3rd inning before Jepson came in. 2-2 now. This is smoked out to the alley in right center field. Cowgill over to cut it off. And a leadoff single. 3rd time this afternoon. Leadoff man has reached for Texas. And folks, the Angels take on the Yankees tomorrow at 7:05. And fans in attendance will receive an Oakley scratcher and a chance to win Oakley merchandise. Shopping sprees and discounts. Purchase your tickets today at angels.com or swing by the ticket office here at the Big A. There's Fielder. 2 for 2. 2 doubles. 2 runs batted in. 1 run scored.
Well, he's hit the ball extremely hard. Those 2 doubles also.
Looks at a strike. These 2 teams last night combined for 24 hits. Texas with 10, the Angels with 14. 1-1. They've combined for 13 hits, but it's been one-sided so far today. And not going to get any easier with Darvish if he continues the way he has from that fielder's choice at Ibar hit through the Kendrick fly ball out.
He almost had a wake-up call on that very good defensive play he made.
Good off-speed pitch. 1-2.
Well, we said it so often about fielding your position, and Darvish did a very good job of doing that.
Now the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Almost looked as if Fielder was anticipating fastball in.
They're very quick on a couple fastballs in from Skaggs.
Full count. Alex Rios on deck. A couple of finals already. The American League. White Sox defeat Cleveland 4-3. Tampa Bay 5-1 winners over the Yankees. Oakland has just scored a run in the 10th inning at Fenway Park. They lead the Red Sox 3-2. Seattle leading Houston 8-6. That game's in the 8th. Tigers leading Kansas City 9-3 in the bottom of the 9th. And Baltimore trailing Minnesota 5-2 in the 9th. Here it's 6-2 Texas. We're in the 4th. Nobody out. Wonder if Beltre's on the move here. Rios on deck. Beltre does not go, and there's a walk. Off speed pitch, nowhere near the strike zone. So the first 2 now have reached. The Angels have not come close to having an easy inning.
When this Texas club has struggled, especially with power numbers offensively. You knew at some point, especially Beltre and Fielder would start swinging the bats well. Alex Rio has been hot. The 3 and 4 hitters have not been, but they have been today.
Yeah, but everyone gets hot when you are consistently behind in the count. They've had a lot of hitters, even Josh Wilson, Daniel Robertson, no disrespect, but not a whole lot of track record in the big leagues, feeling comfortable with their swings. As Rios fouls off the first one, it's 0-1 count.
And generally, Texas is a very aggressive ball club as far as swinging early in counts. There hasn't been enough close enough pitches to force them to swing at some of those pitches.
Yeah. The other thing that stands out too, when they have gotten ahead, and this is just track record wise for the Angels, haven't finished them off. Case in point, Fielder. 1-2 count. Missed on 3 pitches that were nowhere near the strike zone. And you go from ahead to a walk, and now 2 men on.
And still being part of the game, if you can put up those zeros from your bullpen. Now it's going to be up to the bullpen to get a lot of innings thrown today. Certainly come back in these day games here at the Big A.
2-1. Now with no real long man, it's going to be just pieced together. Rios loops one out to shallow right. Kendrick racing out there, glasses gleaming, makes the catch.
And the interesting thing you saw there, you didn't see an umpire putting the finger up as far as an infield fly because how he was going back on it. There's no assumption he's going to be able to camp underneath it, so there was no infield fly rule called.
Yeah, not routine.
And the umpire's going back, and for that reason, they weren't going to put the hand up for an infield fly. Well played by Howie.
So Michael Choice, the center fielder, now comes up. He's 1 for 2. RBI single in the first, a fly to right in the third. Breaking ball missed in. RBI for Choice in the first inning, his 9th of the year. Acquired in the offseason from the Oakland Athletics in exchange for Craig Gentry. Outfielder for outfielder. From the first-round pick out of the University of Texas, Arlington. 2-0. .23 pitches thrown by Jepsen, 10 strikes, 13 balls. .3-0. The catcher J.P. Arancibia on deck. Grade 1. Dana DeMuth ringing that one up.
And that's a dangerous 3-0 pitch. You have the green light as a young hitter. You could do some damage. Quality pitch in the outside corner. See if you can get a ground ball now for Jepsen.
And Choice hits one out to left center field. A towering shot. That is gone. A 3-run home run. And it's 9-2 Texas.
Just like the pitch before. 3-0, 3-1. In the heart of the plate. Choice hits his second home run of the season, now 11 RBI. One of those eyes just tracking that ball in the heart of the plate. And drives it out to left center field.
That ball got out in a hurry. Choice picks up his second home run. 4 RBI afternoon. Michael Choice, bases clear. Here's Arancibia. Fouls off the first one. Second home run Texas has hit in this ball game. 18 on the season now as a team. Bases clear and 1 out. Arancibia, 2 RBIs for him. A sac fly in the first inning. A solo shot against Skaggs in the third. 0-2.
Arancibia's always had good power, but it being consistent, making contact has been his issue. He can drive the ball out of the ballpark, but can swing and miss.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
And the thing with Jepsen, though, because he's got that 3/4 delivery, if he drops his elbow too far down, that's when he elevates the fastball, like that last pitch. He likes to feel for that arm angle he's created this spring training and carried into the season, but when that elbow drops too far, he can make mistakes with it.
Ahead of the count, no balls, 2 strikes, now full count. 31 pitches thrown by Kevin. 17 balls now. Looks like the Angels are going to start getting some action going in their bullpen. Michael Kahn. And he walked him. Second walk of the inning. Take a look at our Honda upcoming schedule after today's ball game. New York Yankees will in town for a 3-game set beginning tomorrow night. 3 night games, and the Angels have a travel day. And north of the border take on the Blue Jays beginning on Friday. 4-game series, then 2 in Philadelphia before returning home to take on the Rays, the Astros, and the Royals.
And this is the difficult thing when you have to use so many guys out of your bullpen. A lot of pitches thrown. You're dealing with a New York Yankee team that's very patient at the plate. Well, the Halos do have Jared Weaver on the hill tomorrow. Their ace, the guy to go deep in the ball game. It's going to be up to Weave to make sure he gets into that 7th, 8th, potentially 9th inning. With the amount of innings Mike Scioscia's going to have to use out of the bullpen today.
One negative of not having a long guy in your bullpen. Angel starters have been pretty good all season long, but today was a rough outing for Tyler Skaggs, and it continues here with Jepsen on the mound. Josh Wilson swinging at that first pitch fastball. Fouls it back into the screen. He's 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts for him. Popped up. Howitt using the hand to shade his eyes. 2 outs. Elvis Andrews coming up now with Aaron Sibby still at first. 10 hits for Texas.
Howie's had to catch a couple pop-ups in this inning. It's not an easy thing to do with the high sky. A little bit of clouds. Difficult to track. He had to use the hand and the sunglasses and glove to make that one.
Elvis Andrus has been on board twice. A single with a run scored in the second. Walked, stole a base, and was stranded in the third. Chopper toward third. Stewart's going to have to hurry across the diamond. That'll end the inning. Texas tacks on 3 runs on the choice home run. Went to the bottom of the 4th. They lead it 9-2.
slow roller by Eric Ibar with the flip over to Adrian Beltre at third base. Originally called safe, and then eventually reverse called out. That if he's safe at third without that athletic play by Darvish, all of a sudden it's a whole different inning. And we look at all the definitive looks. They look back in New York to be able to reverse the call, and they were able to do that for the Rangers. But what a play by Darvish. If he doesn't make that play, this game is completely changed around. At that point, it would have been 5-2, bases loaded, 1 out with Mike Trout out.
Yu Darvish back to work after a 1-2-3 third inning. It'll be Stewart, Crone, and Conger for the Angels here in the fourth. Stewart fouls off the first offer.
Well, like we said, Victor, how many often when you field your position as a pitcher, you can save a big inning from going against you.
Yep.
And Darvish did.
And we saw that in the first inning. It kind of snowballed a little bit on Tyler. Stewart grounded out to end the first inning. Start today at third base. Darvish with 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 hits allowed. One ball, 1 strike. One and 2 now. Speaking of that list we just showed you, the 4 guys that have started at third base, I haven't seen Johnny Mack in a while.
Saw him earlier coming into the game. Is still just trying to keep his swing together, fielding as many ground balls as he can when there's batting practice.
Breaking ball called strike 3. 1 down. 5 strikeouts now for Darvish.
He's starting to get locked in, Victor, like you mentioned earlier, with all his pitches now. It's that slow curveball, changing speeds with now. It's one thing you're seeing a lot. You talk about velocity being down, but pitchers are really doing a good job as far as changing speeds on their curveballs. Weaver does it very well. Skaggs does it very well. Even Garrett Richards has been doing a good job with that.
4 strikeouts out of the last 5 batters for Darvish. CJ looks at a fastball for a strike. Crone, a single in the second inning, so he's 1 for 1. Looks like Jepson's afternoon may be done. Kahn playing catch. Crone this one down the left field line. It's playable for Robertson. 2 down. Here comes Conger. Conger struck out of the second, so he's 0 for 1.
A lot of pitches early, first couple of innings for Darvish. All of a sudden, is settling down.
Fastball in at the knees. Darvish 70 pitches, 43 for strikes. Hank swings and misses on the breaking ball. Darvish now has retired 6 in a row since Ibar reached on that fielder's choice in that play at third base. And Conger goes down swinging. Another 1-2-3 inning for Darvish. We're through 4. Texas leads at 9-2. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. Top of the fifth inning here at Angel Stadium. 9-2 Texas on top. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fourth. It's been a tough go for Tyler Skaggs and Kevin Jepson. And now Mike Scioscia goes to the bullpen. It's Michael Kahn comes into the ball game. As the top of the order is due up for the Texas Rangers. Kahn pitching for the first time in this series. 15 games, 1-1 mark, and a 1.29 ERA.
He's been throwing the ball better. His changeup's been outstanding. Slider, much more consistent. Fastball, solid also.
Shin-Soo Choo to lead things off. He's been on board 3 times. 2 singles and an intentional walk. Jepson won an inning and a third. 2 hits, including the home run to Michael Choice. 3 runs, all earned. 1 strikeout, 2 walks for Kevin. He was up the count at 1-1. A 2-ball, 1-strike count. Angels pitchers now have well over 100 pitches through 4 innings. And as you pointed out, does not help matters going into the Yankees series. If you had an off day tomorrow, it's different.
Man, Yankees are so patient, work the counts so well. Even if you're on a roll as a starting pitcher, your pitch count is going to be higher. Then you're going to be needing the bullpen to be healthy and ready to go.
Allen almost hit Choo, and it did. It grazed him. So a hit batter to lead off this 5th inning.
Right around the thigh area, just grazed his leg.
And Conger out. There's Daniel Robertson. Robertson getting to start out in left field today. He's 0 for 3, but picked up an RBI. His first big league RBI in the 2nd inning on a fielder's choice. Choo. Short lead for him over at first base. Good fastball, and it's 0-2.
Michael Kahn has good movement on his fastball also. But getting ahead of the count like he is right now is so important for him. And for basically anybody coming out of the bullpen, that's what you have to think in terms of that first pitch strike.
Just got a piece of it. Count remains at 0-2. Beltre on deck. Breaking ball, and down goes Robertson. There's out number 1. Such a tough pitch for a hitter, too, because you kind of read it It's almost a backup breaking ball that never really fully drops down into the zone.
Yeah, that's not one of your better breaking balls if you're a pitcher, but it's very difficult for a hitter, like you said, Victor, to make contact because they're used to trying to track that breaking ball going down and away.
Beltre 2 for 3 with a couple of singles, 2 runs scored. He looks at a breaking ball. There's the difference between the one Robertson struck out on and Beltre's.
That was a good tight breaking ball from Michael Kahn.
One on one. First outing or appearance, I should say, for Kahn since last Tuesday. 6-4 Angels victory. Game in which the Angels used 6 relievers to finish off that ball, getting the start by Jared Weaver.
That's
1-2.
That's a product of a swing of a guy who's had success against a pitcher. Beltre 3 for 7 against Michael Kahn, including 2 home runs, and that was a swing he was trying to leave the building.
That tight slider, though, as well as a changeup, because he's got a changeup as well. If he continues to throw that for a strike, gets guys off that fastball. Because Michael's fastball is not one that moves a whole lot. Good velocity on it. This one's fouled back, but it might be just below us. That's a tough one, man. When it goes above the awning, just never know.
You were ready to make that play, weren't you?
I couldn't tell. That's the thing. The count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes. This one off the end of the bat, foul.
That's a good count to throw a slider, but he overthrew that slider. It was more of a almost cut fastball break to it. I was wondering if you're Michael Kahn, you stay back a little longer. That's why he's walking behind the mound to make sure he does stay back a little longer and a sharper break off the plate and down.
This one's out to center field. Trout coming in, and he'll make the running catch. 2 down.
That was a good slider, but that's a guy who's comfortable against a pitcher. Hit that ball well to center field, even though it was a pitcher's pitch. The Trout picked him up by making the play on it. Trust me, hitters know who they're comfortable and who they've had success against on the mound. Same thing as a pitcher. You know exactly who's hit a home run or hit some good shots against you.
So here's Fielder. A couple of doubles for him and a walk. He takes outside. Two balls and no strikes. Seventeen pitches thrown by Kahn. So play here in the 5th. Two and one.
And it comes into play because the amount of pitches thrown from Jepsen and Michael Kahn. Are they going to be available for tomorrow's game? Will they be effective if called upon in the game tomorrow night?
Three and one now. Full count now. 8 3-ball counts by Angels pitchers this afternoon. And now with a full count and 2 outs, Chu's going to be off of the pitch. He was hit by a pitch, or at least grazed by it, to lead off this 5th inning. Runner goes, a 3-2, called strike 3. 1 to the bottom of the 5th inning here at the Big A, 9-2. Texas still on top. Presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball, LP. Cowgill, Ibar, and Trout to solve the new Yu Darvish. Kind of turned things around for himself since that play at third base. 7 in a row retired by the right-hander. That includes 5 strikeouts. He has 6 punch-outs in the game. 1 walk, 4 hits allowed, including 2 home runs.
For the first 2 innings, the Angels had a chance against Darvish, but the Ranger offense picked him up, and now he's got the confidence and momentum going.
Colin Cowgill with a base hit. Flared one out to shallow right in the second, so he's 1 for 1. Two balls, no strikes. 9 runs, 10 hits, 7 left on for Texas. 2 runs, 4 hits, and 3 left on for the Angels. Trout struck out to end that second inning. With runners at first and second, the Angels just 0 for 2. With men in scoring position today. 2-1. First meeting of the year between these 2 ball clubs. Cowgill pulls it foul, 2-2.
Took a little off his fastball to create sink. Not a lot of overpowering fastballs from Darvish. He's been 93-94, but he's been able to sink his fastball 90-91.
Angels won't travel to Texas till July. As a matter of fact, Texas will be back here before the Angels go to Texas. Full count. Prince Fielder wondering where that pitch was at, considering he got rung up on a pitch that didn't seem to be in the strike zone.
Looked close to me.
3-2 on the way now to Cowgill. The breaking ball, and that's rung up for a strikeout. 1 away. It's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag WestFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. And it's brought to you by AT&T. So 6 punch outs now for the right-hander. Back to the top of the order we go on Eric Ibar.
You got to feel real good about your command of your curveball to throw a 3-2 curveball when you're up 9-2.
That's probably why you feel that good, because you got a 7-run lead in the 5th.
Yeah, but your manager's never happy when you throw a 3-2 breaking ball and it's not in the strike zone. You hear a lot of people screaming from the dugout. Challenge somebody with a fastball. You're up by 7.
Ibar 1 for 2, a home run. Fielder's choice. Taps it foul at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now what got him in on the hands. Be able to pull it somehow into the camera well on the first base shot. It's 1 and 2. And Darvish being Yu Darvish. I mean, this is kind of what we've seen over the last several years. Although the Angels at times have had some success against him. That's yanked into right field. It's a base hit. Rios over to try to cut it off. Will do so. And Ibar's going to test his arm, and Eric is in there with a double. 7th double of the year for Eric Ibar.
Second extra base hit of the game. Home run and a double for Ibar. Challenge Rios out in right field because he's going away from the baseball. That's why he took that chance. He got in the scoring position. Turned it on, slides in with a double.
Mike Trout now up. He's 0 for 2. Fly ball to right and a strikeout. A 1 for 10 series for Trout against Texas. Go back and revisit our Hyundai key to the game.
Think about how important Mike Trout would be in this game. Rock and roll, driving in runs with guys on base. Him up last time up with 2 on. But Darvish got him out on a punch out. Now with a man in scoring position once again. And Eric Ibar at second.
Bouncer foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mike with just 4 hits on the homestand.
Especially against Texas, where he's had great numbers. 335 career hitter with 10 home runs and 32 RBI coming into the game today.
There's that hard slider. Good hitters count at 2 balls, 1 strike. Lays off the high fastball. No need for an appeal. 3 balls and a strike. Pujols on deck.
Even though Mike Trout asked for the appeal.
That's what a home plate umpire should say. Are you sure you want me to ask?
Exactly.
I don't think you went, but if you'd like for me to ask.
You never know.
What's behind door number 2?
Yes.
3-1 now. This is bounce over to third. Beltre has it. 2 down.
He ran that fastball in.
That'll bring up Pujols with Ibar at second. This is what he did back to the first.
Well, you can't hit a baseball much harder than what Pujols did there. What we've seen from Pujols this year, home runs to center, left center, using the lower part of his body and driving the ball. He's 2 home runs away from Eddie Murray for 25th in the all-time list.
One for 2 game. He struck out on a hard slider in the 3rd inning. First pitch fastball for a strike.
So I recall Albert took that first pitch fastball, that second at bat.
Oh, with 2. Michael Bourne getting ready now for the Angels. Although he just started loosening, so you wonder if Kahn comes out and starts the inning. The 6th. Oh, 2 now. Now it almost got him, and maybe it did. And fastball up and in.
Pujols going to shake it off and run right down the first base. That's one of those pitches as a hitter, it's extremely difficult to get out of the way. And wanted a fastball up, it runs in and gets the bill of the helmet. Right on the top of the bill. That's all you can do as a hitter, just turn your head at that point.
And that is textbook. I mean, that's what you're taught.
Yeah, that's the only thing that avoided even worse of a connection on that fastball, especially coming in that firm, and where that ball was running in. He was able to turn his head and gets the top, the bill, the helmet. Well, it's still hard to believe that hitters back in the day just used a regular hat at the plate.
You saw Prince Fielder kind of meet Pujols before he got to the bag at first. And that, I think that's more of a, hey man, stop running to first. Your trainer and your manager come on. You don't have to show everybody how tough you are. We know. And
you also want to make sure, as a fellow major leaguer, that you're not just going down there and you're kind of dizzy going down the line, to be able to brace them to make sure before the trainer comes out.
It's like, slow down, take your time.
When sometimes you react, you don't even know what happened to you, and you're going down the line, and Fielder was there to brace him. Rick Smith and Mike Scioscia coming out.
Ibanez checked his swing. 1 ball, 1 strike on Raul, who has walked and struck out. Ibar still at second. Pujols now at first. 1-1 pitch. Upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. While Pujols was being tended to at first base, Mike Mannix came out, paid a visit to Darvish. He's at 93 pitchers now. Two-one pitch. Inside on the breaking ball. Aaron Sibia is going to go out and pay a visit.
You certainly have not qualified for a victory at this point. If they were able to hold on to lead, it's 9-2, but a chance to walk a batter to load the bases.
Yeah, not quite through 5 innings. as of yet. Three-one pitch. Bull pulls it foul. So full count. Ibar and Pujols are going to take off on the next offer. Howie Kendrick is on deck. 9-2 Texas here in the fifth. Oakland ended up closing out the Red Sox, so they won 3-2. Seattle defeated Houston 8-7. So those games in the books now. Runners take off the 3-2. Raul strikes out swinging. The Angels leave a couple of men on. We're through 5, 9-2. Texas still on top. Financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com. And by AT&T Uverse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. Rethink possible. Been all Texas so far this afternoon, 9-2. They lead it as we begin the top of the sixth inning. Yu Darvish got through the requisite 5 innings. Struggled to get through that 5th inning. Figure he'll come back out for the 6th, but we'll wait and see. Michael Kahn may be on a short leash here in the 6th inning. Michael Morin is getting ready in the bullpen. As Kahn will face Rios, Choice, and Aaron Sibia. He's thrown 21 pitches. And the first one is in tight. 1 ball, no strikes.
Trying to establish a fastball in. Or just by the waist area. Alex Rios. Again, proper technique, getting out of the way, turning away from the baseball.
Rios with a walk, a ground out, and a pop-up. He's 0 for 2. This one out to center. Trout playing deep is there. One away.
Center fielder, number 15, Michael Choice.
I mean, Rios is saying something at this point.
What's he complaining about? The ball didn't hit him. 1 out. He's been red hot in the series. But he's hitless so far this afternoon. Choice, red hot in this game. 4 runs batted in. RBI single in the first inning, a 3-run home run in the fourth. Now was off Kevin Jepsen.
He's got himself in very good counts throughout this entire game, and another fastball count 1-0.
Stature-wise, reminds me of Marlon Byrd.
Exactly. Byrd played with the Rangers. Now back with the Phillies. Had a big year for the Mets last year. And Pirates.
That is a strong kid right there. 2-0 now. 3 balls, no strikes. Morin has thrown just the occasional pitch out of the bullpen. He's ready to go. Should Mike Scioscia need to go to the bullpen here in the 6th inning. Three and 1. Home run by Choice in that 4th inning, his 2nd of the year. He now has 12 runs batted in. 2 home runs in the ballgame. Aaron Sibia touched Tyler Skaggs for his 1st of the year, and that was in the 3rd. 3-1 now. Breaking ball in there. Full count.
Breaking ball. Just touching the upper part of the strike zone. 3-1 slider.
Down goes Choice. 2 outs. Hey folks, on Wednesday the Angels will host the Yankees at 7:05, and will honor Derek Jeter with a limited edition giveaway for fans while supplies last. Purchase your tickets today at the Angels Stadium ticket office or by logging on at angels.com. Mike Scioscia is going to make a move with 2 outs here. Nobody on. A pitching change. 9-2 Texas on top. It is Little League Day. They had the parade before the game, and we asked them what their favorite thing about Albert Pujols is.
He's a home run crusher with 500 of them, and he just is a boss. He plays on the Angels.
He hits a lot of home runs.
His name?
He's so cool at making home runs.
Now he makes 500 home runs, baby! Albert!
It's a good thing kids don't geek out with a mic and a camera in front of them.
He's the boss.
Boss. I love boss. He's just boss. 2 outs here, nobody on in the 6th inning, and Micah Morin takes over on the mound.
Yeah, he hits lots of home runs. Lots and lots. 502.
Morin pitching in his 3rd game in the big leagues, 2 1/3 innings. 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk. He'll be facing J.P. Arancibia. Arancibia, sac fly in the 1st, solo shot in the 3rd, and a walk in the 4th. Michael Kahn went an inning and 2/3, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 1 hit batter, no runs allowed. A little looper off the end of the bat. Howie drifting out, makes a catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. The Angels staff first time this afternoon. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, 9-2. Rangers on top.
Now it's time for the Carl's Jr. Sports Update around the majors. Justin Verlander and the Tigers look for a sweep against the Royals, and they do so. Verlander was very solid through 7 innings, cruised to 4-1 as the Tigers sweep the Royals. And Nolan Arenado has been unbelievable at third base. He's batting average over 300, but he's made some plays reminiscent of Brooks Robinson, the backhand, the strong throw, highlight reel at third base for the Rockies.
Howie Kendrick leads things off. He'll be followed by Ian Stewart and then C.J. Crode. Nolan Arenado of El Toro High School.
Newport Beach guy.
1 ball, 1 strike on Howie, who's 0 for 2 twice. He's hit a fly ball to right.
Well, he's made about 4 or 5 highlight plays already this year that you're going to see the entire season. Strong throwing arm, great on the backhand.
Gold Glove Award winner last year. Howie hits one out to right. 3rd time today. Rios puts it away. 1 down.
Third baseman, number 44.
Well, the surprising Colorado Rockies, by the way, have been playing very good baseball.
Yeah.
Walt White's doing a good job managing the club.
6 games over 500 at the start of the day. Game behind the San Francisco Giants. Texas goes to Colorado. That's where they are headed next. The Angels will stay here and take on the Yankees. Darvish will be throwing his 100th pitch of the game. The next offering as Ian Stewart settles in. He's 0 for 2 with a ground down and a strikeout. Rangers have Aaron Pareto, the lefty, getting ready. Pareto. Angels have managed 5 hits against Darvish, 2 in the first, both home runs. 2 singles in the second, the double by Ibar in the 5th. Stewart shoots one the other way. Robertson moving over. 1 down, or pardon me, 2 down. Good jump by Robertson.
He did well by Stewart too, the other way.
So they'll bring up C.J. Crow. 2 outs, nobody on. 8 strikeouts for Darvish and 1 walk. Tyler Skaggs knocked out in the 3rd inning, lasting just 2 2/3. Gave up 6 runs on 8 hits, including a home run. Jepson won an inning and a 1/3. He gave up 3 runs on 2 hits, one of which was the 3-run home run to Michael Choice. Cron looks at a fastball for a strike. Cron with a base hit in the 2nd. Pretty good pitch. Yu Darvish, a breaking ball.
He's got pretty good plate coverage.
This one's popped up. Coming in is Rios. Wilson gets called off in a 1-2-3 inning for Darvish. 6 complete, 9-2. Rangers on top. Streaming sports service is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. You can watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Just visit Angels.com for details. 8-9-1 for the Rangers here in the 7th. Wilson, Andrews, and Chu facing Michael Moore, who came in and got Aaron Sibby to pop out to end the 6th. Wilson, the second baseman this afternoon, 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts and a pop-up. Lines one out to left field, hit well. Ibanez moving back, got a good jump on it. Makes the catch, 1 out.
Jumping on the first pitch.
Dogs are gassed. Been a long afternoon.
Nice and comfortable, though.
Here's Elvis Andrews, the shortstop. Single, the walk, and a ground out for him. That's a strike. Looks like Darvish might actually come back out for the 7th. Don't see anybody warming up unless Paredes ready to go. 0-2.
Surprising, especially Aaron Sibby went over and shook Darvish's hand as he walked off the mound.
Pareto was up, so perhaps he got enough warm-up pitches where with 2 outs he might get up and throw a couple more and then come in. Or perhaps Aaron Sibby is just a friendly guy.
Yeah. Well, they've worked together well coming into this game. With Aaron Sibby behind the plate, Darvish had not allowed a run yet.
That guy was clean shaven when this game first started. And now he looks just like Elvis Andrus. Two balls, 2 strikes on Elvis Andrus. Shin-Soo Choo on deck. Off speed, fouled off. Good changeup from
his changeup is fantastic. His changeup goes anywhere between 71 and 76 miles an hour. Throw with the righties and lefties. He can cut his changeup and sink the changeup running away from left-handed batters.
Full count. Well, loss this afternoon. The Angels are back to 500. They came in with a 15-14 record. This is sharply hit to second. Howie has it. 2 down.
Designated hitter, number 17, Shin-Soo Choo.
So back to the top of the order, and the DH for Ron Washington today, Shin-Soo Choo. Been on base all 4 times. 2 singles, an intentional walk, and a hit by pitch. Texas with 3 in the first, 2 in the second. A solo run to third and 3 in the fourth. Breaking ball, first strike. Oh, 2 down. Sure doesn't like that call. Tomorrow night, Jared Weaver going up against David Phelps. Tuesday night, Hiroki Kuroda against C.J. Wilson. And then on Wednesday night, left-hander Vidal Nuno against Hector Santiago. It's a 3-game series, all 3 at 7:05 start.
Two of your aces starting that series against the Yankees with Weaver and Wilson.
One, 2 inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Long afternoon for Angels fans. The Angels themselves started early. And the Halos did get back into it with 2 home runs in the first inning. Made it a 1-run deficit after 1, but unable to capitalize beyond that against Darvish.
Yeah, the momentum definitely shifted right away after Texas scoring 3 in the first, but with 2 home runs against Darvish, you can tell he was rattled. And then the offense for Texas picks him right back up with 2 in the second and 1 in the third and 3 more in the fourth, and then he was able to relax at that point.
Off speed is low. Full count now. Robertson, the left fielder, is on deck. This would down the line, but tailing toward the seats. And Bañez will give it a look. Halos in the bottom of the 7th inning of Conger, Cowgill, and Ibar coming up. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Chu. Another 1-2-3 inning from Michael Moore. 7th inning stretch time. 9-2. Texas leads it. And by SoCal Toyota. Check out the new Fun to Drive 2014 Camry at your Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. 9-2 Texas leads it as we begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Yu Darvish is indeed back out for another inning of work. There is action going in the Texas bullpen as well as the Angels pen. And Conger will lead things off. He's 0 for 2 so far against Yu Darvish. 2 strikeouts. Darvish has thrown 105 pitches in 6 innings. 5 hits allowed, 2 runs, both earned, 8 strikeouts, and 1 walk. Nick Martinez, the right-hander, gets ready for Texas now. There's Martinez. The Angels have Fernando Salas getting ready. Conger rolls the first one foul, and it's no balls and a strike. Game in which Mike Scioscia's had to piece together. Tyler Skaggs getting knocked out in the 3rd. Oh, 2.
Surprised Darvish back out, but you know Ron Washington wants to see some length out of his starting pitchers to be able to get there deeper into ball games.
0-2 now. Breaking ball, missing low. Darvish has gotten Conger on that breaking pitch down and in. Two and 2. 10 hits for Texas. They've stranded 7. The Angels 5 hits. The 5 men on base. And all goes back to that play on the ball that Ibar hit. Play at third base. From that point on, Darvish went into a different mode as that pitch is low, full count.
It's helping yourself by fielding your position. And Darvish did. His only play is to do a short little pass over to third base to Adrian Beltre.
Three-2 now. Conger lines one into center field, a base hit. So the leadoff man is on board for the Halos for the first time since the second inning. Cowgill will step up now. 1 for 2, a base hit to right. He struck out looking on a 3-2 breaking ball in the 5th. Darvish also started to go more to that slider. Especially after he struck out Trout to end the second.
A pitch he hasn't used a whole lot this season so far, but definitely a feel for it now.
Cowgill pops it up. First base shot, fielder near the railing, runs out of room. The mini Yu Darvish making the play on that one.
He was ready. Brought his glove.
Is that the same guy that does the motions like Yu Darvish and everything?
Yes, looks like him.
Oh, 2 now. Off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Still good fastball. Good life on it. 94. I've seen that guy out in the last year. I was doing the pregame shows out in front. You know, there's that field, the diamond out there. There's the mound out in front of between the hats there, and he stands there and does the motion and everything. Rangers fans, as Cowgill goes down, Rangers fans taking pictures with him. 1 out. That 9th strikeout for Darvish.
Darvish has had some success, especially record-wise against the Angels, coming in this game 6-1. ERA though 3.77, so there's been some quality at bats against us, but he's been getting a lot of runs to work with.
Ibar 2 for 3. A double and home run, reached on that fielder's choice in the second. Pulls this one into right field, a 3-hit game. Conger he'll round second and head to third. Here comes Rios' throw, and it's cut off. So Ibar triple shy of the cycle. Ron Washington might be making his way out to make the move. At 116 pitches, it looks like Darvish's afternoon will come to an end. Nick Martinez is ready to go in the Texas Rangers bullpen. Darvish had handled Trout the first 3 at-bats here tonight, today I should say. But he's going to go to the bullpen here. Darvish is done. We got ourselves a pitching change in the 7th. Texas leading it 9-2. AT&T fan photo of the game. You can tweet your photo using hashtag WestFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast, and it's brought to you by AT&T. Luis Nunez. He gets the selection today. Send us that tweet. Hashtag WestFanPhoto. We may use it in a game. Darvish, 6 in the 3rd. 7 hits, 2 runs. He's responsible for the 2 guys on base. 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. 116 pitches thrown. As Nick Martinez, a product of Hialeah, Florida, Fordham University, takes over on the mound to face Mike Trout. 3 games for Martinez. Just 23 years of age. No record in a 2.81 ERA. He has made 2 starts for Texas.
And this 6 punch-outs with 9 walks, so he can be wild. You know, the ERA's very solid at this point.
Conger standing at 3rd. Leadoff single for him. Ibar at first base. Base hit for him, his 3rd hit of the ballgame. Trout hitless. A fly to right, a strikeout, and a ground ball to 3rd. First one is off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. But very similar to that of Tollison that we saw last night, right over the top of that fastball. One ball, 1 strike.
Another good pitch to drive and foul it straight back. He's had a couple swings in this game, Trout, in which he's fouled it straight back where he hasn't quite jumped on the pitch out over the plate. When you're going good, you don't foul that straight back, you crush it. He's had a tough series here against Texas, which is odd.
This one's out toward right field. Rios moving back on it. Looks like he's got a beat on it, makes the catch and bangs into the wall. It'll bring in a run, and it's 9-3 Texas. Sac fly for Trout. He picks up his 19th RBI.
Well by Trout there, all the way to the wall, got the job done. As far as a good swing and squaring it up, Rios playing deep, playing no doubles this point of the game.
Albert up, a home run in the 1st, a strikeout in the 3rd, hit by a pitch on the bill of his helmet in the 5th. One ball, no strikes. Aaron Pareda back up and loosening in the bullpen for Texas. Albert serving as a DH for the 2nd consecutive game. Crone getting started first. Off speed, a swing and a miss.
A little bit of a hamstring issue for Pujols. A couple days and keeping the bat still in the lineup, but giving some time off in the dugout. C.J. Cron plays some first base.
That went off the railing in front of the dugout into the seats. Jared Weaver over there on the end, right?
Was real close to Weaver.
Weaver looking at Pujols and kind of pointing to the field saying, hey, look, hit it that way.
Especially when that pitching arm's exposed.
One-two from Martinez inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is soft liner over to second base. Second baseman, I should say, at the shortstop position. That'll end the inning. Angels do get a run through 7. It's 9-3 Texas. With Yasiel Puig of the Dodgers, then the Indians take on Evan Longoria and the Rays. The action starts at 12:30 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Now to the 8th inning here at the Big A, 9-3. Texas leads it. Fernando Salas now on in relief of Michael Morin. Morin went an inning and a third and had 1 strikeout, everything else zeros. Salas pitched last night, a scoreless 7th inning. Will face Robertson, Beltre, and Fielder here in the 8th. Fourth reliever used by Scioscia. Not much you could do in piecing it together, especially when you've got a bunch of 1-inning guys.
Yeah.
But he's done it so far.
He had to stretch out a couple of them with Jepson and Kahn into a second inning and inning and third. Fernando Salas has been throwing the ball much better, especially because of his changeup's been so effective.
Jepson, an inning and a third, gave up the 3 runs on the home run by Choice. Kahn, scoreless inning and 2/3. Morin, scoreless inning and a third. Robertson, the left fielder, looks at strike 1. He's 0 for 4 this afternoon, including a couple of strikeouts, and picked up his first major league RBI in the second inning.
Salas way ahead of the count, 0-2. See if he'll use his changeup.
Breaking ball, and I guess it's ball one.
High strike, but still at the top part of the strike zone according to our Fox tracks.
2-2. Two on the way. So from 0-2 to 3-2. Adrian Beltre on deck. Now the payoff pitch. Robertson strikes out swinging. One out, nobody on for Beltre. Ranger third baseman, a multi-hit game for him. 2 for 4. 2 singles, 2 fly balls to center, 2 runs scored. Fouled back to the right. Beltre just got underneath a Salas offering last night in that 7th inning, leading off that 7th. That was that nice play Grant Green made at the wall.
And that was a high fastball, like that pitch right there.
Two balls and 1 strike.
Beltre's always been a guy who likes the fastball. That was a changeup from Salas.
That's in there.
That was a good changeup. Followed another one. Good movement on that pitch.
Fielder on deck. He's had a good game. A couple of doubles and a walk. 2-2 now to Beltre. Full count. So back-to-back full counts for Salas. Conger setting up outside. Beltre got a high fastball and he found it straight back.
Boy, does he like that fastball up. You think as a pitcher you can go upstairs a little higher, but he still can get on top of that baseball and hit it well.
That was mislocation too. Last hit for Texas was the 3-run home run by Michael Choice off Kevin Jepson in the 4th. Had 2 base runners since then, a walk to Aaron Sibby and then a hit by a pitch to Chu. And he walked him. Sixth walk issued by Angels pitchers today. And now Fielder will bat. A 2 for 3 game. Picked up his 6th and 7th doubles in consecutive innings, consecutive at-bats. Both off Tyler Skaggs. 2 runs batted in as well. Nick Miranda begins to loosen in the Angels' pen. Fielder fouls it off. No balls, 2 strikes.
Good play by a fan.
That last pitch by Fernando Salas, the 169th pitch of the game. 1 out here in the 8th. Oh, 2. Upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 9 runs, 10 hits, 7 left on for Texas. 3 runs, 7 hits, 6 left on for the Angels. Beltre over at first base, a 1-out walk for him. Fielder hits it sharply past Kendrick. 3-hit game for Fielder. Beltre will stop at second base. So 2 on and 1 out. Alex Rios coming up. First 3-hit game of the season for Prince Fielder. The 11th hit that Texas has collected against Angels pitchers. Rios is hitless so far. A walk, a ground out, and 2 fly ball outs. The Ranger right fielder. Oh, and 1. Rios tardy on that fastball. It's no balls, 2 strikes.
Back-to-back 93-mile-an-hour fastballs from Fernando Salas.
Choice is on deck. Beltre standing at second and Fielder at first. That's a called strike 3. Rios knew it. 2 down. So the one guy that has been red hot for the Texas Rangers, the Angels have been able to contain him. That's Alex Rios, but not so much everybody else. So 2 outs, still work here with Choice at the plate. Multi-hit game for him with the single and a home run. 4 runs batted in. 2 for 4 overall. Angels in the bottom of the 8th will have Ibanez, Kendrick, and Stewart due up. Choice fouls it back.
Well, he's been very patient at the plate. That time he got a fastball. He was up swinging hard right away.
One and 1. David DeMuth not calling that pitch a strike, even though it was in the strike zone. One and 2.
.23 pitches thrown by Fernando.
Now the 1-2 to Choice. This was lined off of Salas and ricochets to Ibar, goes to first, and they get the out. Hopefully Salas is all right. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Down 9-3.
Better what happened back in the 2nd inning, in which Prince Fielder hit a breaking ball from Tyler Skaggs and pulled it down the line. Kirk Ibar did a very good job as far as selling that the ball was not going to get down there, and Robertson was going to hold at second base. Ibar's pointing to home. Howie Kendrick's putting his hands up to be able to be there for the relay throw, but at that point, Gary Pettis is sending home Robertson. Calgill throws the ball into second base. It's the communication, and after the inning, Howie went up and talked to Calgill. When he throws his arm up, throw it to me. I'll be the relay man to be able to make a close play at the plate at that point.
Nick Martinez back out on the mound. He came in and gave up the sac fly to Trout, and then got Pujols to hit a soft little liner to end the 7th inning. Ibanez, Kendrick, and Stewart for the Angels here in the 8th. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, you hate to say, fortunately, that ball hit Fernando Salas, but if not, it's a run, and Texas is still batting. That ball was hit hard by Michael Choice. Vine just fouls it back. Oh, a walk in the 1st inning, 2 strikeouts since then.
Yeah, Choice has swung the bat real well the entire game, including a home run and a single, 4 RBI.
Vine just lifts one out to center. Choice comes in. 1 out. Let's go back and see that last out of the top of the 8th inning. Ball hit by Choice.
Well, as soon as he delivers the baseball, there's no real opportunity for Fernando to be able to be in fielding position, be able to turn his back, ball off his back, and right to Eric Ibar. Seemed to be all right walking off the mound, though.
Miranda loosening, so looks like Nick will pitch the 9th. Howie behind in the count at 0-1, 0 for 3. He's kept Alex Rios busy at right field. 3 fly balls to Alex. And all 3 of those plate appearances against Darvish. Breaking ball in for a strike, 0-2.
So amazing how he has still not gotten a hit off of Darvish.
Bouncing a couple of feet out in front of the plate. He and Stewart on deck. One out here in the 8th. A little number foul. I think Martinez hides the ball well, too.
Yeah, kind of similar to Ernesto Frieri, hides it behind the hip.
A swing and a miss, 2 down. Martinez picks up his first strikeout. Stick around after the last down. Angels Live postgame presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Jose Mota will join me. And we'll break this one all down. A lot of runs early for Texas against Tyler Skaggs. We'll see if any word comes out from the Angels clubhouse, I should say, after the game, if something was bothering Tyler or not feeling 100%.
He didn't look comfortable, that's for sure.
Stewart looks at a strike. Tyler, by the way, just lasting 2 2/3, giving up 6 runs on 8 hits.
So used to penciling in 7 innings pitched for Skaggs.
Yep. Stewart's had an 0 for 3 game. Ground out, strike out, the fly to left. Martinez ahead of the count at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Martinez with a real good changeup.
That one's off the plate. Texas will have the bottom third of their order coming up in the 9th inning to face Nick Miranda. 2-2, and he swings and misses on the fastball, and Martinez with a 1-2-3-8. We'll head to the 9th. It's 9-3 Texas. Texas leading it 9-3. He'll be facing Arcibia, Wilson, and Andrews. 9 games. No record in the 1.69 ERA. 5 1/3 innings, 1 earned run. Takes over for Fernando Salas, who went 1 inning. Allowed a hit, struck out 2, and walked 1.
What a few innings from the bullpen today.
Yeah, through 8 innings, the Angels have thrown 178 pitches. Skaggs threw 70 in his 2 2/3. Jepson 36. Kahn threw 30. Moore in 18 pitches in his inning and a third, and Salas threw 24 pitches in his 1. Miranda in to keep this as is. A 6-run deficit for the Angels. Halos in the bottom of the 9th inning have the bottom third of their order coming up. And Crone, Conger, and Cowgill. JP Arencibia 1 for 2. Homered back into third. 2 RBI night, or afternoon, I should say. Had a sac fly in the first inning. Just missed a grand slam. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yes, compared to the first game for Arencibia, he's looked much more comfortable at the plate.
This one's fouled off to the right. One ball, 1 strike here on JP Arencibia. 11 hits for Texas. He pulls this one into left field. Leadoff single. 3-hit game for Arencibia. He came into today's game with 3 total hits on the season.
He's hit the ball hard 3 times.
There's Josh Wilson, the second baseman. 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts, a pop up and a fly to left. $37,765 today, but many have since departed. Been all Texas from the first inning on. This one down to right field line. Cowgill dealing with the sunshine, and he misplays the ball. Just never really saw it. Arencibia will head to third, and Wilson ends up at second.
That was a tough play. You could tell right off the get-go that Cowgill did not see that baseball and just tried to shield the sun enough to be able to get in his glove. So getting a 2-base error on the play. We're trying to shield the sun with his glove with the sunglasses and still couldn't see that baseball at all.
Cowgill commits his second error. His first was yesterday. This one a tough one.
He's basically saying he didn't see it. He just tried to put his glove up at the very end and hoped that it would stay in his glove.
Infield halfway for the Angels, and Miranda misses low. Second and third and nobody out. Elvis Andrus 1 for 3. Single with a run scored in the second. Outfield shallow and swung around the opposite way with Andrus at the plate. 1-1 now. It's down low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Leadoff single. JP Arencibia, now the 2-base hitter, Josh Wilson. Texas looking to tack on runs here in the 9th. And Andrus hits one out to left field. Ibanez is there. He'll make the catch. Coming in to scores Arencibia. It's 10-3 Texas as Andrus picks up his 8th RBI.
For the most part, the Angels have pitched Andrus very well in this series. A guy that coming in this over 300 career batting average. It's a sacrifice fly on that one. Aaron Sivia scores the 10th run of the game for the Rangers.
Error comebacks to haunt. Shin-Soo Choo at the plate now. He's the DH today. Struck out in the 7th. 2 for 2 game. Pardon me, 2 for 3 game. Takes down low. Choo's average now up to 349. With he and Rios in the top 10 in batting average in the American League. Nowhere near the strike zone. And it's 2 balls, no strikes. Wilson standing at second base. Choo takes in 3-0. These are the circumstances, especially in a 10-3 game, that if you're Nick Miranda, these are the situations you usually come into. Face left-handed, tough left-handed batters.
It's good practice at some point down the road when you're going to face Choo in a close game. You want to have the confidence of Mike Scioscia to bring you in to be able to get him out.
Takes a strike. Three balls and a strike. Daniel Robertson on deck. And he walked him.
Choo's been on base now 5 times, hit by a pitch, 2 walks, 2 singles.
So Robertson will bat now with runners at first and second. 14 pitches thrown by Miranda. 7 balls, 7 strikes. Robertson 0 for 5. That includes 3 strikeouts. Miranda still struggling to throw strikes. This one fouled back and right over the head of Terry Smith. Angels radio booth.
Made the play on the rebound.
Well, it would have actually gone over the head of Terry Smith had he stayed there, but he was underneath the counter.
Veteran move.
Yeah, veteran move. I mean, that looked like it hit directly right behind him. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two-one. That's hit well out to left. Ibanez giving chase. Still going back at the wall. Leaps up and he got it.
Boy, what a play. Boy, covered a lot of ground to be able to make that play. Oh, Ibanez up against the wall. Well, he had to go a long way. Reads it. Gets a look where the wall's at, times his leap perfectly, and makes an outstanding play for Raul Ibanez.
Not too shabby for the veteran.
Not only be able to get back, but he knew exactly where he was able to time his leap, where the wall was going to be in an outstanding play.
Beltre looks at a strike. Ranger third baseman 2 for 4 with a couple of singles, couple of fly ball outs. Did draw a walk in the 8th. That was against Salas. Wilson still at second and Chu at first. No balls, 2 strikes. 10-3. Texas leads it here in the ninth. The bottom of the ninth. Crone, Conger, Calgill. Looks like Nick Martinez will be coming back out to finish this one up for Texas. One and 2. The next pitch by Nick Miranda will be the 200th delivered by Angels pitchers today. The 1-2. Beltre fouls it off. Jared Weaver on the mound tomorrow against the Yankees. David Phelps counter. New York Yankees first of 3, the only 3-game series this year here at the Big A for the Pinstripers. Beltre fouls it back.
Weaver 6-4 in his career versus the Yankees. Mike Scioscia's going to call upon Weaver to be the ace. Last 3 starts been very good, 2-0 with a very good ERA. To be able to get deep in the game with the bullpen being used as much as it has been today.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch missed down low. Two on the way. Beltre fouls it back. And the reason the pitch count becomes prevalent for everyone, really, because of the series. I mean, you don't have a day off tomorrow.
And we talked about a patient team with the Yankees.
2-2, and that is pulled into left field, a base hit. Wilson is going to come in to score. Beltre picks up an RBI single, makes it 11-3. And Fielder will come up already with a 3-hit game, his first of the year. He'll bat with runners at first and second.
You knew at some point Beltre and Fielder would start to swing the bat. You just hope they didn't start doing so until they left the Big A.
Seventh man to bat here in the 9th inning against Nick Miranda. One ball, no strikes. Hit by Beltre, the 13th for Texas this afternoon. Angels average 7. That wasn't a get him over swing by Fielder. 1-1.
No, he was trying to hit that ball as far as he could possibly do so.
And again, those are the 2 pitches, 2 of the location-wise that Skaggs tried to deliver. At both times, Fielder doubled down the right field line. Unable to catch up to that one. 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Next pitch will be the 30th for Miranda here tonight. Leadoff single there in Sibby, and then that fly ball that Wilson hit that Cowgill never saw. Dropped in for a 2-base error. Sac fly by Andrews, a walk to Chu. Fly to left by Robertson. Now the single by Belcher. That one is way inside. 3-1. Nobody warming up in the pen.
A lot of pitches thrown for Miranda. 30 here.
Rios on deck. 3-1 pitch. And he walked it. They're loaded up for Rios. Second walk of the inning. Conger's going to go out and talk things over. Mike Butcher's also going to pay a visit. Eight walks and 13 hits. That's what Texas has received today.
That's for a team coming into the series, a tough series with Oakland, and score a whole lot of runs.
Rios 0 for 4. A walk in the first inning. Ground out 2 fly ball outs and the strikeout. No place to put him here. Chu at third. Beltre at second. Fielder at first. Now is past Stewart. That'll bring in at least 2 runs. Fielder motoring around third. He is going to score. Rios on his way to third. It's a bases clearing triple for Alex Rios. His first hit of the series is a big one. Second triple of the season.
We are rocket once again. Rios, a good job against him in this game. Very good the first couple of games. This one right here, right down past Stewart for a triple. Yeah, well, like we said before, when you're not consistently throwing strikes, it's more difficult for a fielder to be in position, be on the toes, and be able to catch a rocket like that hit at you.
It would not surprise me at all to see the Angels make a move roster-wise. Bullpen help for the start of the series tomorrow. Considering all the pitches thrown in this one today. Rios with that triple, now with 17 runs batted in. And Miranda promptly falls behind at 3 balls, no strikes. Three and 1. Choice has had a good game. 2 for 5, 4 runs batted in, a home run. And had that last at bat, the liner that went off the back of Fernando Salas, ricocheted right to Ibar. And he walked him. Third walk issued by Miranda here in the ninth. Aaron Sibby is the one that started this whole inning off with a base at the left field. Two for 3 game. Breaks his bat, hits one out to shallow center field. Trout's there. The inning comes to an end. Texas tacks on 5. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. 14-3. They lead it. 3 p.m. Pacific, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. To find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, just go to foxsports1.com.
Bottom of the ninth here at the Big A, 14-3. Texas leads. It's the most runs the Angels have allowed at home since 2009. That was September 26th against the Athletics, in which the Angels gave up 15 runs. Nick Martinez is back out there. It'll be C.J. Cron, Hank Conger, Colin Cowgill here in the ninth inning for the Angels.
So far, Martinez has done a very good job for Ron Washington coming out of the bullpen to pick up Yu Darvish.
Cron today 1 for 3, a single back in the second inning. Cron looks for the strike. Nick Martinez has gone an inning and 2/3. He's retired all 5 batters he's faced, including 2 strikeouts. Cron fouls it back to the right. No balls, 2 strikes. Martinez has come in and just thrown strikes. John McDonald has come out to the on-deck circle. He'll be pinch hitting for Hank Conger. This one's out towards center field. Choice will play it on the hop. A 2-hit game for Cron. Here's John McDonald.
5 hits now for C.J. Cron. His first 2 major league games combined.
Oh, 1 count on McDonald. Oh, 2. We were just talking about Johnny Mac earlier.
This game played since April 29th.
Grant Green to pinch hit. Colin Cowgill after this. Lays off the breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, whether 6-3, 9-3, or 14-3, the Angels never solved Yu Darvish. It was just not a pretty game from the get-go as McDonald pulls one foul.
Yeah, I think when it came down, there was that great defensive play that Darvish made with the force out of third on a slow roller by Eric Ibar. At that point, still just a 5-2 game. Could have been bases loaded, 1 out. Instead, first and second with 2 outs. And once you give Darvish that type of run support, and then he gets comfortable, very, very difficult to score against him.
Yeah, Darvish gave up 3 runs in 6 1/3, 7 hits, including the 2 home runs. 9 strikeouts. McDonald shoots one towards second base. Flip over to Andrews. Relay back to first. Double play. 2 down. Grant Green will indeed pitch hit here. 2 outs and nobody on.
Number 10, Green.
Grant got the start out in left field last night. Had a couple of hits. First career start in the big leagues in left field. Both starters, the pitchers of record. Skaggs would take the loss. Go to 2-1. Darvish the win. He would go to 2-1. This is lifted foul and out of play. Angels would go back to 500 and 15-15 for the Yankees rolling into town tomorrow. 1-1 now. Goes off the breaking pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Still looking to try to be more consistent at home. Fall under 500 at home.
Two one now. Green fouls it back. 2-2. Fourteen hits for Texas. The Angels managing 8. Texas stranded 11 base runners. 2-2 now. Full count. Ibar on deck. Green pulls it foul. Texas with a win today. We go to 17-14. Head off to Colorado. Green pulls one down the line, and that is a fair ball. Grant in at second with a 2-out double.
Right down the line for Breen. Pitch down. It almost looked like Adrian Beltre was thinking about throwing his glove up at it. And if you throw your glove up and hits the baseball, that's a ground rule double.
So you got nothing to lose, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
So here's Eric Ibar, who, by the way, is a triple shy of the cycle. One ball, no strikes. He homered in the first, doubled in the fifth, singled in the seventh.
Well, if he hits one in the alley, you know he's going to be thinking about trying to stretch that into a triple.
Why not?
Got to. Give you and Jose a lot to talk about in the postgame.
Even if he hits a single, he should try to go to third. Off speed is a little bit low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Two-0 now. 2-1. A long afternoon of baseball here at the Big A. Two-one on the way. 2-2. Oh, what a catch by a fan. Over the railing.
What a play.
I haven't been in too many Angel highlights today, but that's a great one.
No question. He was ready for this game wearing an all red uniform.
Look how embarrassed he is. 2-2 now. Ibar hits one in the air to right. Alex Rios coming in, and Texas takes the rubber game of the series this afternoon. 14-3 the final.
This Rangers today. Yu Darvish goes to 2-1. Tyler Skaggs, who struggled, and it's 2-1 now this season. Adrian Beltre, fielder, 3 hits apiece. Chu on base all 5 times as Texas wins this one 14-3. Stay tuned for Angels Live coming up next. Victor Rojas and Jose Moto break it all down.